Okay, welcome to the Rilton Cup 2025. We are going to watch the fifth round today. But before that, I have a guest here, a special guest from Charlotte in the United States, Emily Higgins. So, who are you?
My name is Emily. I'm a chess streamer and content creator. So I'm here to play a little chess, but also get to know the other folks here, watch some of the games, and see a little bit of Stockholm.
Are you going to stream your games you play?
I will, yes.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So, how long have you been playing this game?
I started playing in June of 2023, so a little, like a year and a half ago.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still at it, so you like it somehow?
I think a lot of people can relate. When you start playing, it's hard to stop. Although actually I had started trying to play earlier during COVID, when everyone saw the Queen's Gambit and there was this huge chess boom, you could say. I saw the show and I was like, oh, that sounds fun. I'll try and learn how to play. And I played a couple games on chess.com and I said, oh, this is terrible. Not for me. And then I went to, I was out at a bar or something in Charlotte where I'm from, and there were these guys playing chess, and I was interested, and they asked if I wanted to play, and I think that was what really excited me about it, was playing somebody in person, and I lost. Not well, but for some reason I was just really excited to go home and actually, try and learn how to play, so.
Okay, so it was the Queen's Gambit that brought you into chess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what was it with that show that you thought was interesting?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I think everyone was sort of in this shutdown period too, where we had extra time, and it was kind of. It was a great show. It was very inspiring, and also as a female too, I feel like I resonated with that side of it. So yeah, I think I was interested in maybe picking it up as a hobby, but that was very short-lived after I experienced the snoring chats on chess.com and the trolls troll messages.
But it's interesting because I think I've heard so many say that the Queen's Gambit was very important.
Mm-hmm.
It brought them in, but that's not enough, because then you need to learn the game, you need to play and so on, and so. How did you when you started to become a little bit better, how did you do that? What were your tools to become better?
Well, as soon as I started really playing, I started streaming the content because I have my own business, and I felt like if I was taking the time to learn chess, I had to be able to justify it in some way of being productive, right? So I started making content and streaming, and my audience was very helpful in providing, other people of all levels watch my streams, but giving feedback on the games when I would go through and review them, and then also just my local in IRL as in real life community in Charlotte. So the Charlotte Chess Center is arguably one of the best clubs in the U.S. So that was kind of serendipitous that I happened to live there and fell into this, playing the game. And so there was a lot of opportunities to go play casually with people over the board, educational lectures, and just opportunities to play rated games as well. So
you did everything. You streamed online, and you went to the chess center and did it in real life. So you really took in the whole chess scene.
I did, yes. Maybe more so than I should have, because I've spent a lot of time just, not a lot of time compared to people who do this full time, of course, but for me, it was a lot of time to spend on a hobby. So
you told me before that you're married. You
yes.
have a husband?
Yeah.
Is he also playing?
No.
No?
That's part of the reason I started.
So what's he saying about this?
I mean, he loves it. He knows I like it. So he says, do.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's been very
You can
supportive.
do your chess.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. We each have our own things. And
Yeah.
It's probably, he likes that it gets me out of the house more and stuff. So.
One question that the old chess players like me and Jesper were thinking, how do we make chess interesting and get people to play in real life? Do you have any ideas about that?
Yeah, I mean, I come from like a social media content marketing background, so that's of course like always the lens that I'm looking through. But I think you have to show people that there's a different experience than, I mean, and it really is. Like playing somebody over the board is a completely different experience than playing someone online. I know it's like easy to tilt and get frustrated online, but over the board, at least for me, it's like, there's a real person there, you know, it's
you cannot freak out the same way.
And we were discussing earlier that you can make so many friends through chess, and there's a way to approach it in a fun, casual way too. I think that's maybe the misconception that a lot of people have, is that it's like this very serious thing, and you have to really know what you're doing, and people are afraid of losing, and also I think it's one of the challenges with chess is that people associate it with, you know, intelligence, which we all know is not really that's not true.
Same thing, no.
Right, but I think that adds another layer of fear, maybe, of, oh, if I go lose, that means I'm dumb or something. So it's easier to hide behind a screen, right, than going and like facing someone. So I think like really we have to just show people how much fun it can be and all of the positive things that come out of doing that. And that's why I've also made a conscious effort to like make a lot of my social media content about over the board chess, you know, keep playing a real person.
Okay. So how many videos do you make?
Well, I do run a business like full time as well, so you know, it's kind of as I have time, I try and I wouldn't say there's like a certain amount of videos. It's just whenever I feel like
how many have you on your channel now?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
Is it hundreds? Or?
No, not that many. Not that many. I mean, I mostly post like short form content primarily because it's easier to create. It's easier to make it kind of like fun and engaging, and people have short attention spans, where I think the longer form content is more, it tends to lean more educational, right? Which I don't really have a place to be sharing educational chess content, although I was working with a chess coach who recommended that I actually create educational videos about the concepts I was learning, because it was going to make me like really retain the information, because there's a lot that goes into, you know, preparing the material and making sure it's all correct and all of that stuff. So I did do several like educational videos as kind of my own learning tool, but mostly short form, which I probably have, I don't know, maybe 40 or something.
Another question that I can see is a little bit of a problem when I look. I'm a junior trainer in my club, and I can see that the boys, they always continue to play much higher up in the ages, but the girls very often quit some time, you know, like 12 or 13 years old. They will quit. So what's your take on that? How do we get the girls to play more chess?
I don't know. I think we just need more women and girls in chess. I mean, I was one of 4 and I had 3 brothers. And I think, like, for me, so I don't have a problem being kind of like the girl and the man thing. But I think for a lot of girls, it can feel probably isolating, or, you know, like
I believe that.
They don't have the same maybe camaraderie with that the men do, or and I think in general, like, not all women are naturally as competitive either. I mean, that's kind of that's just my experience with friends.
So your audience, is that generally male audience? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's like proportional to the chess. The chess community.
So it's like one girl in 20 boys, something like that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm trying, you know, I'd like to reach more women and obviously try and get more women playing in general.
So what type of questions do you get in the chat from the audience?
I mean, I wouldn't say it's so much questions. Like, usually we're just playing, or I'm playing, or doing puzzles, and it's really like about the chess more than anything else.
Yeah, so they are genuinely interested in playing chess, right?
Yeah.
Not just for the fun of watching videos and things like that.
I mean, there have been some people who stumbled upon the videos and hadn't played in a while or something, and then they felt inspired to maybe start playing again. But yeah, it's largely about the chess.
So you're here to play a tournament, right?
Yes.
So tell us about that.
Well, I'm going to be playing in the U18 section, so obviously I haven't been playing that long. So
the 1800, you mean?
Yeah, U1800.
Not under 18.
Yes, correct. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so that starts I think on the 2nd. So I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I mean I actually really enjoy classical chess like more than anything else. I tell people, again, my audience who mostly are online players, that they should definitely play longer time controls because it's a different experience.
Yeah. So good luck.
Thank you.
I hope you will do well, and if you play a good game, I want you to come back here and show it to us. Okay.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Okay.
Thank you so
very
much.
Sorry. When I saw you put on your glasses, I remember.
Then you remember.
I also have them.
Excellent.
I forgot.
Okay, so that was Emily. Go check her channel on YouTube. That's my recommendation. I'm going to do that much more after this. Okay, Jesper.
Yes.
Then we're back again in the saddle, so to speak.
The old guys.
The old guys, yeah, the old guys.
Yes.
And let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday.
Yes.
There was one game that we sort of left hanging, and we thought this was going to be a draw, but it turned out to not be a draw.
Yeah, it was this queen against 2 rook endgame. And it was, when we left it, I think actually it could have been a draw, a little bit easy. Well, he could have played better in a way to make it a draw.
Yeah.
Because he had chances also later on to get a draw, but it became more and more difficult.
Yes.
It's like black found a way when we stopped looking to, at least to challenge white, to find some hard moves. And I must say that from that position afterwards, every time I could see that it was a draw, because this is a typical position where the computer is fantastic to see the result. Then I must say, every time I saw it was more and more difficult to make the right move, and that's with little time and so on. It's not easy to guide your way through all these possibilities that could have been done. So, well, that's the case, and they are tough, these Chinese players. They are they will be in the top for sure to the bitter end. Because there were 4 of them, I think we have, and some 3 grandmasters, and they are strong, and they are in the top. So even though we have one, what is his name? Can you scroll up a bit? Thank you. This is board 2. There we have. Chu Yanju is the one on 4 points right now. And behind him, I think it's 9 players that has got... I think it's 9 players who's got only lost half a point. That are 3.5 out of 4. So now, normally, is also the time when you can see what players that is in really good shape, that is ready to compete for the win in this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised if the winner of this year's tournament will be among those players who's got either full point of course, like Xu Chanju has got, or the others behind.
So today's round is important. It's the middle round, so to speak. So we have passing the middle of the tournament.
Yes.
Past the tournament has been
and
played.
we have a real final, like a real game today between 2 of the highest rated players, Demchenko and Chu Jianzhu. Because this is also something you should know. When you have like one player on 4 points and 3.5, you have a lot of 3.5. It is the highest rated player that brings up to the next level. And that means that we now have the highest player rated player, Demchenko, playing against Jianzhu in this round. So this can actually be the game deciding the tournament. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, there are still 4 rounds to go after this, of course. But of course, the guy who wins this tournament has taken a big step forward. So let's see what happened in this game. So
Demchenko is white and Jianzhu is black. And of course, in this type of games, normally I guess that Tianzhu is happy with a draw. If it's possible, he wouldn't be too afraid of it.
I'm not sure about that.
Well,
I'm not sure about that.
But okay, let's see. But Demchenko for sure. He really would like to win this game to be ready to compete. But okay.
So we have this bishop b5 check.
Sicilian.
I mean the open Sicilian, of course. Here d4 is this is the toughest move, but it's also the most difficult to play. So bishop b5 is a way to make the game a little more easier to play.
A little bit more position.
Not so much theory. Usually you exchange a little bit more pieces, and it's not so sharp. So this is what happened in the game. d4. White goes for this Marocci binds setup where you have the pawns on c4 and e4, which is usually quite good.
And of course, black could have taken on b5 earlier on, but we don't have to.
No, we just sort of see what's happening here. So we have what I would say sort of typical position. What is a little bit unusual is this
bishop on b5.
Yeah, because usually this is on e2. On b5, this makes it easier for black to exchange pieces. So in a way that would perhaps make the game a little bit easier for black, I would think.
Compared to the normal.
Yeah, with the bishop on e2, black cannot so easily exchange pieces, so it's a little bit more difficult.
But on the other hand, if there is any bishop you want to exchange, it's the white squared bishop for white.
True.
So, well, because if the black squared bishop would be gone, then it would be a real problem for white. But now you can take on c6, and still you have a good, well, at least a good, okay position with white, due to the fact that you have your pawns on the right color on e4 and c4 compared with the bishop on e3.
Yeah.
So,
okay, I don't think we're going to analyze this so much now. Castles, it's a game. Both pieces, both players have managed to develop their pieces. It's going to be a long, hard fight.
Most likely, yes.
So let's go to board 2. And here we have this guy from Kazakhstan, Ramazan Shalmakhanov, I think it is, something like that, against Nikita Meshkovs. And let's have a look at the games. Again, we have an e4 opening, but e5, so we go into the Roy Lopez, or the Spanish, as it's also called. And
here we have one of the most analyzed positions.
You could say that this is. You could say that this is the main position in the Roy Lopez or the Spanish,
or at least it was. You don't see it so much. Normally white is now trying with other moves as well, but this has been played through the years so much.
I think there was an important moment here in this situation, because if black plays castles here, then many white players don't want to play c3, because then we have the martial attack, a pawn sacrifice where black gets all his pieces out and he gets a lot of compensation for a pawn. White can take a pawn here. He takes this pawn here, but after c6, black has good bishops, pieces gets out quickly, and white has all the queenside pieces.
And even with all these analyses, with the support of computers and so on, still it seems like black is absolutely okay in the position.
He's okay.
So
maybe white can get a microscopic advantage, but it's still a draw. Still a draw.
Yes, and it if you do not be careful with white, you might even lose quickly. So I have bad experience from this with white. So.
So after castles. I think it was between Nepomniachtchi and Magnus. Nepomniachtchi played, I think he played a4 in all those games, and then you go into other lines, and you don't get to this main line. But Nikita Meshkovs, he plays d6, and he doesn't even want to threaten to play because he doesn't want white to do any of these other things. I believe, and in this position, Nikita plays.
Is it Breyer?
The Breyer variation, yes.
Yeah, and the point is, of course, that the knight is, when c3 is played, it's a little bit strange where to put the knight. So instead he wants to put it on d7, and that also clears the route for the bishop from b7, targeting e4. So
and he can also advance
play c5,
the pawn. So this is considered to be one of black's best options here. There are many other moves in this position.
Yes.
You can play, for instance, you can play bishop e6, you can play bishop b7,
knight a5.
Knight a5 is the old line that was played a lot.
c5.
So there are many moves, but knight b8 I think is considered to be one of the safest and best options, because black gets all the pieces to the right squares. And here he played c4. Interesting move.
That is a new idea for me, at least.
Well, it's an old one, but maybe not the most. The most common move I think here is to play
not
to
knight b2.
You can play a4 or knight something like knight. Here you do this classical maneuver with the knight here, and the bishop goes back, and then this bishop goes out, and so on, and then black do all his stuff. But c4 is a way to change the nature of the game a little bit, and I think one of the ideas is, okay, if black moves back the knight, there is no pressure on d4 anymore, and you would perhaps like to put this knight on c3.
I think so, yes.
So it's an interest. On the other hand, what's the bishop doing here? Yeah, so there are pros and cons, like with everything, but it's a line here, basically.
Okay.
So interesting. Let's go to the next.
So
game.
This will be a little bit of a theoretical debate.
It will be a theoretical debate, I think. But it's not really a sharp move. It's just another way to,
No, it's not critical.
No, it's not. It's not. You don't know. I don't think you need to know a lot of theory to play the position. So here we have. What is this?
This the Nimzo Indian.
Yeah, after Aron Nimzovic.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the point with this opening is that black is giving white the center in a sense, but never e4. You try to avoid that, or at least you need compensation, because if white could play e4, then white would have a good position. But that's why the bishop goes to b4, and the knight is targeting against e4. So quite a lot of the games is normally about the e4 square in this opening. So
there are different ways you can try. I mean, actually you could play f3 immediately here if you want to. This is possible. But it's also a little bit clumsy. You block the knight from going to f3 and so on. So
and can create weaknesses on the king side. So
it's a little bit of a sideline. Alexei Shirov, famous player,
exactly,
used to play this way back. So it's still here white plays one of these hybrid moves in between opening moves, because after knight f, this is not the most common move. I think we saw knight f3 d5.
Yes, and we came into the Ragos.
Yeah, but I think one of the main moves is queen c2.
Yes, because another thing with the Nimzo Indian is also quite a lot about the pawn structure, because black intends to take on c3 at the moment and give white double pawns on the c5, and then there will be this type of discussion about is it bad? Is it a bad double pawn, or is the pair of bishops that white will get something that can be strong in the long run? So it's in that sense this opening always creates dynamic in the position, because black and white will have different ideas when it comes how to play. Anyway,
so it was knight f3, castles, and bishop g5.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So you can play like that.
I normally play, I think, h6, huh?
Yeah, you can play h6.
You can play different moves.
Yeah, there are many moves. h6 is definitely possible. He played a
c5
challenging move, attacking the center a little bit, and this is usually a very good move in this opening. Basically, you have a couple of ways to put the pawns. One way is to play b6 and put the bishop on b7 and trying to control just with your pieces. Another very, very direct way here is to play, of course, d5.
d5, yes.
Yeah, this I think we saw that in some game.
Instead of castling.
Yeah, this is possible. And then we have this third method to play c5.
Yes.
So okay.
So rook c1.
Yeah.
It is a way to avoid this double pawn on the c file.
And now we should say something about the players here, because we have this Shangren Dai, the Chinese grandmaster. I think he is like 25, 26 years old. But we have to note that the opponent, the Austrian guy, Lukas Dotzer.
Yes, he seems to be a super talent, actually.
He's fantastic. He's only 15 years old.
15 years old, and he's got 24.78 or something like that.
Yeah,
24.78. And close to Grandmaster in strength.
Yeah.
So, obviously, he's a great hope for Austria.
Yeah.
And no doubt he will be hunting a GM norm in this tournament.
I think he is, yeah. I think he is.
So
this is a very important game for him, of course. He plays a GM. You need to play 3 GMs to have a chance for a GM norm. I have no idea if he has any GM norms before, but his rating implies that he has. And actually I checked him and I looked at some of the games he played, and he had played a number of GMs with good results, actually. So, yeah, this is a coming man.
A dangerous player.
Yeah, a coming man. Coming man, so we have to have an extra watch on this game. And he's a sort of representative of all these young guys we have from all over the world. Do you know, by the way, how many nations are participating here?
In the tournament? No. You know?
Yes.
Please tell us.
46.
46. Well, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, I normally say that chess is the language of the world.
Yes, yes.
And for 2 reasons. First of all, that you play chess all over the world with the same rules. Yeah. But secondly, also that you can actually speak. We can speak with each other through the language of chess, with the coordinates and the moves and so on. And there is no doubt today also, I think we have an interesting situation with all this internet playing and all this internet training and so on, that you can actually become strong in chess even though you're from a smaller country. Right. Because the world has opened up. Before, when you had, like, when Soviet was dominating, it was also because they had all the strong players. They had the training camps. They had all these possibilities. And
they had trainers that were paid by the state.
Yeah. I mean, there were several reasons. But today, at least you have the chance to, through internet, you can become quite strong, even though you're from a smaller country, like Magnus Carlsen, for example. Yeah. Anyway,
so most of the players come from Sweden. But from which country do you think the next?
Before it was very easy to say India, but maybe it's still that way.
It's India.
It is India, yes. But I think it was some years ago we had like 40 or 50 players.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how many there are now, but quite a lot.
Yes.
And they are actually number 2.
Yes. Okay. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. No. And
lots of Indian.
And that's one reason for that is because I have been working lately with Ramesh from India, and he told me that they have great academies, great chess schools, but they still have not really found a good structure for the tournaments. So if you're an Indian who wants to develop and so on, you actually need to go to Europe to playing. So there are actually a lot of even teams, I would say. I mean, working together, coming to Europe for a couple of months, just touring around playing tournaments. So
it's impressive.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fascinating. Okay. So, but here we have one of these young European players, and probably one of the guys who could, perhaps that would be a great sensation if he won the tournament.
Yes,
that would be great fun, actually. So, in this position, he plays a
very special move.
What do you say about this?
I can just say that, like, I'm an old-fashioned player. It looks very strange to me, due to the fact that we have a hole on d5 suddenly appearing. I can see that one of the good things with these moves is, of course, because one move that you maybe wants to play is knight to c2 to clarify what to do with the bishop on b4, but then you just take on c3, and you cannot take with a rook on c3, so you need to find another place for the knight, and that means that it will be maybe a little bit off this knight. So it's like a disturbing move with pros and cons.
And you would like to, move forward, but if, let's say, you go here, then I guess black will just play d5, and suddenly you have this threat to the knight, and white's position looks very dubious.
No, I think knight b5 in that case.
Yeah, knight b5 is a possibility.
Is more interesting, I would say.
But that's also a little bit strange.
Yes, because this move, sometimes you play it because you want to play with A3 and so on. But then my idea was here to go to D6, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, knight b5 is a move that...
At least it's a move
would be
worth looking at, maybe.
Yeah,
Mhm.
interesting. I don't know exactly what...
And you're actually threatening to take on f6, I think. Yeah?
Yeah, so probably black will make some good move here.
But as white is playing instantly
Mm-hmm.
his move, knight b3, so I guess he's well prepared.
Yeah,
for
this is prepared. I don't know actually which move to play here.
No.
You would like to do like d5, but probably maybe you can take on f6 and knight c7 could be a problem at some point. So maybe that's not so dangerous. Then you have d4. I don't know. But it looks a bit. Maybe you can even just take, but then maybe you can play a6.
Can you take on f6?
Yeah, that was.
But then I have knight c7.
Yeah, but that's. I thought maybe you can go
Yes.
here.
And a3. Okay. Maybe even knight d5. Instead of a3, knight d5. Maybe.
Here. Yeah. Now we can take.
Okay. No, it's check. It's check.
Ah, yeah. We cannot take. Sorry.
You cannot take.
No. So knight d5.
But then maybe
But-
queen d6.
Yeah, we
So-
can. Maybe we
No,
can.
it's dangerous. Maybe.
Yeah. This is the type of position, of course. You don't go into this if you haven't looked at it beforehand.
Exactly.
So, but he played knight b3 without. But he thought for a while here before he did that. Look, here he had 31 minutes.
Aha. Okay.
And
I see.
after
Okay, I was too quick.
He used
Okay.
11
So
minutes.
e5 was a surprise then. Okay, that's
Probably,
interesting.
and that's typical, you know. The young guy.
But look at black as well. Knight b3. He was thinking. So
Yeah, because probably the
knight b5 is the line he has been analyzing
Yeah,
at home.
this
is a more
doesn't
solid.
look so critical. I mean,
That's right.
knight b3 looks like the type of move you make when you. I don't know what to do, so I will just make a safe.
I play safe.
Yeah, I play safe.
Yes, that's right.
So knight b5 probably with d5 and things like that.
Yes.
But knight b3, it's a game.
Mm-hmm.
I would say probably white is better here, but it's not so much maybe.
I don't know.
No, I don't know either. I'm just thinking that, well, black needs to somehow.
Maybe h6 is
Yeah,
good.
you
Is
can do
okay
that.
now
Yeah.
because I think if you take, black will be fine. I think.
Mm-hmm.
And you know you don't want to if you put the bishop on.
If you go back to d2,
D2.
then d5 is probably not playable because you can take. With
But
the
knight c6 or
Maybe.
something like that, you know, and the bishop is strange on d2.
Yeah. So what do you want to do here?
Bishop h4 is the other possibility,
Yeah.
I guess.
And then the question is
Because you don't want to take on f6 because on...
Well, that looks a bit tame.
Mm.
So bishop h4. Yeah. Not so clear.
Not so clear. Knight c6 or something like that, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a game.
It's a game. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Let's go to the next one.
Yes.
So again, we have these Chinese grandmasters. Here we
Mhm.
have Di Li or Li Di.
Playing black.
Playing black against Krishna Sai.
Mm-hmm. International master.
International master.
2415.
And he is from Canada, I think. Or I think it's Canada.
Yes, Canada, okay.
Yeah, he's a Canadian, but probably he has his roots somewhere in India.
No, and this is quite interesting because also here in Sweden, in Stockholm, we have quite a large diaspora of Indian, because of coming for technology jobs and so on. And it's quite interesting. Many of them, with the status of chess, has to got today in India. In the chess clubs, we can see many of our talents are originally from India.
Yeah, I have in my training group in Vasa Chess Club.
Yes.
We a couple of Indian players.
And we even had one guest here.
Yeah, we
didn't
had one. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Dhananjay.
Yeah,
he was here.
like a strong, very strong and
Mhm,
and promising guy.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that many of them are, like we said, from India and or China as well.
Also
actually,
China,
we have some prominent players. Okay, so let's see this game. How was this game?
Yeah, we're gonna look at the game from the beginning, so we get everything all the way. So
Caro-Kann.
It was Caro-Kann.
And of course, here the question is what to choose. And we said last time we had a Caro-Kann structure that E5 today becomes more and more popular in a way.
This is the so-called advanced variation. It's not the advanced variation, but the advanced, because you advanced with the pawn.
Yes.
And you just claim territory or space.
Yeah.
And you take it from there. And there are many ways to play. Knight c3 is a little bit different. You keep a little bit more tension in the center, and there are many moves for black here. But I think this is the main line to take. And Knight f6. This is very popular.
Yes, because you could say that this is a very solid move. Can be, depends on, because here you normally take on f6 with white. The other option is bishop f5 has been the most important move before, bishop f5, and there are long lines in this position.
This was the old main line.
Yes.
But it's not played as much now because this so-called Tartakover variation with knight f6 has sort of taken over as the main line here.
And then they take with the e pawn and not with the g pawn, I guess.
Yeah.
Because here in my days, black always took with the g pawn on f6.
This was played by Larsson, I think. And Bronstein played. I think it's called the Bronstein variation. But the negative side is, of course, that black's pawn formation is not 100% solid here.
And actually, because this was actually Tiger who was here, he played this a lot in his youth.
Right.
So him and me, we had both. We played. I was playing white with him in this position many times, and we were analyzing it together. And we came to the conclusion that it's a little bit difficult for black, actually, that position, if white knows what to do.
Right.
After this move, we have one interesting thing, is that in this position, white would win if all the pieces were swapped off. So because then you
would have good chances at least.
Or at least good chances.
Yes.
But
because he has a pass pawn.
Yes. So in that sense, white's idea here is quite often just to swap off all the pieces to get like an extra pawn on d4 because black has got a double pawn. Yeah. But the problem is that black will have, first of all, pressure on d4, a safe king on the king side, slightly worse, probably for quite a long time of the game, but it's not so much. And many times with white, not the least when I play against lower rated players, this is a little bit of a nightmare because, black has got an easy game also, just to defend and so on. So if you're ready to do that and don't want to get into sharp lines, this can be a great alternative. And if you're a good positional player, like I guess that D. Lee is, it can be a great choice.
Yeah, and I think the main sort of attraction in this line is that it's easy to play for black. You get all the pieces out without problems. You have paid a little price with the pawn formation, but then you could say also that black has strengthened his king side with this pawn, and he can actually sometimes advance the f pawn, and suddenly this becomes a part in his counterplay. So the weakness of this is not so big actually. So let's see what happened in the game. So c3 was played. That's the most common move.
Exactly.
And it might look very tempting to play this move, and it's playable. But the problem for the knight is that this pawn on f6 is very irritating. It prevents the knight from advancing, and the knight can also be pinned at some point with the bishop move here. So knight f3 is not so popular. This is not the move people play nowadays.
c3 is
c3.
Yeah.
I think it's the main line.
Even in my days, this was the main line. I think.
And the bishop d6, bishop d3.
Yeah.
And now we see the point of having played it this way, that the knight instead can, and suddenly this knight is actually quite mobile.
And also
it can go here,
or you can play bishop f4 to start to swap off pieces. Because
this is also possible.
Because one of the, like I said, one of the points with this opening for black is also that the attack, there is no attack anymore for white really, because you have so many an extra pawn in front of your king. So instead you have to change a little bit with white to play another way.
Yeah.
And that's what white is trying to do as well now. So let's see what happened.
Yeah. So in the game, black
E8.
played. I think the main move in this position is rook e8. Now there are different ways. White can play very sharply, play with queen c2, and go for queenside castle. This is not so popular.
I think it. Again, this is what I tried to do. Well, I've tried to do that, but actually it's not so easy to get dangerous attack, because black is so...
Black has also attack, bishop e6 and b5, a5 and so on.
And then, when it's castle on different sides, this with the worst pawn structure is not so important. It's more important with the king side that it's protected for black. So, no, I normally try to play positionally, even though I am always angry when black is playing like this. Okay.
And now we get this move. So black prevents the knight from jumping here. And so white plays bishop h6 here. I think this has been played before. I don't think there are any novelties right now. Knight e4, bishop e7.
At least you can see that white has not been thinking anything.
No. Rook e1, knight e6, queen d2. Yeah.
I even have a feeling when I see this, because now you can see that D. Lee, he has been thinking a lot. It can even be that they are following a game of D. Lee from before.
Could be.
Because then white can move very quickly.
Yeah.
But what D. Lee would be worried about is where will he diverge from? What is the difference between the game I played the last time?
It
and
could be.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
could be.
Yeah.
It's quite common this way when one player of his strength, because so far there are no strange move played. I would say it's quite normal moves, but okay. Okay, white is slightly better, but black has got a solid position. So
black, of course, now has protected this square on g5, so he's gearing up to play this move at some point and force the knight to move away. And then the question is how does black bring his pieces out? But there are many options here, and it's not clear what white is doing. But as you said, white could go for this long-term strategy of just trying to exchange and maybe slowly try to mobilize the pawns on the queen side, maybe even getting d5 in at some point, something like that. That could be a plan for white, but it's a long-term plan. Right now there is not so much happening. Okay, so we should go to the next game, I guess.
Yes.
So we go to this game, and we have Sengupta, grandmaster from India, playing again against a Chinese player, the international master C. And let's see how this started.
Yeah, this is a strange position already. So
again we have an e4, and we have the bishop's game or bishop's opening. Knight f6, d3, and now black has a choice. He can play knight to c6, this move, or he can go for what he did now, c6, which is perhaps c6 is perhaps even more ambitious.
Yes, very much so.
To take space in the center with d5.
What is interesting here is actually that here we have a game between two players that does not have such a big gap when it comes to rating.
No.
White is with 24.79 and black has got 24.26, 50 elo points. Okay, white is the favorite, but it's not so much if we compare with the other games where we had one player who had a little bit more.
Yep. No, this is and usually that happens in the tournament. When you come to a certain point, you get people with about the same strength playing each other. Okay, so in this position, white, I think there are many moves here. Bishop b3, I think, is one of the moves you can choose if you want to sort of. But he played knight f3.
Okay. Can you play d5?
And d5 happens.
Yes.
And now you cannot. Well, I guess you could move back, but. Yes, you can play bishop b3. That's possible, of course.
And then bishop d6 maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, then you protect e5 and your castle and so on.
I think black should be happy with this opening, personally.
Yeah. So, but he took.
Yes.
And then he moved back.
Oh, that's strange still. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the point with playing a check on b4 is, of course, that after c3 the knight on b1 cannot go to c3 and put pressure on the black center, you know.
It's not possible.
So that's why he made a check first. The interesting with this position is actually that now it is white who has given black everything that you normally say that you want, with 2 pawns in the center and so on. So the question will be, of course, black's idea will be to cover up the center as much as you can, and white will try to disturb it. But the question is how to disturb it in this way.
I get the impression that Sengupta is quite familiar with this type of position.
Yes.
He has only used a couple of minutes, while C has already used 25 minutes. So probably you could argue that black seems to have a perfectly fine game.
Yes.
But these days, often people have played maybe a line and they played it hundreds of times on Lichess or chess.com. And even though maybe it's, according to the computers, it's not so much, but they know it so well.
Yeah.
So this could be one of those openings.
But for me, black is. I would say that black is slightly better in this position, but just like you say, it's also a practical choice, you know.
Yeah.
And you can see that what white has gained is a huge advantage when it comes to the time.
Yeah, and now comes his trick move that he has sort of geared up for.
That
now
I guess he has
C4,
probably has even prepared it, you know. At
yeah,
home.
that's what I'm thinking. He has played this counterplay with C4 in many blitz games.
Yes, and it looks really bad because look at the bishop on b3. You know, but of course it's not so easy.
No, the idea is to sort of try to break up this center formation.
Yeah.
And so, which moves would you consider for black in this
d4.
position? D4 is one move.
That's the move I would go for, I think.
Yeah. You don't have you. Yeah, he played it, of course.
But because for me, it's the obvious move, actually.
It's the obvious move. Now we get some sort of Benoni position.
Structure, but with this bishop on b3.
But the bishop is here. In the Benoni, of course, this bishop would be on G2.
Where it's much better, I guess. You know.
Yeah. What's it called, this line where you play bishop d6?
So the snake.
The snake. This is the snake.
Actually, it is maybe, but I think it's actually... the thing is... My feeling is that white will try to do some trick here somewhere. I mean some kind of c5 push or something like bishop a4.
But he has some ideas for sure.
Yes.
But he's thinking now.
No, but for example, bishop a4 in this position.
Yeah.
Because then take on d7 if you get the chance. Because knight c5 you can take on f6.
Yeah, let's look at that. Let's see what happens. So, I agree with you. This knight bishop on b3 is just completely hopeless. So let's say we go here. And now the idea is, of course, black does not have to do it, but he could try this move, right? And then this.
Yes.
But
knight e4.
Yeah.
It's just my feeling that it will be. I mean, even this position it's not clear because
it's not
the bishop on a4 is so.
It's still a bit.
You can take on e4 maybe and rook take and then play that position with black, and I think that black is probably better here as well. But okay, you know, rook h4 and knight h4.
You can try some tricks.
You will have some tricks here going on.
You could put the bishop on g6 if you want to here.
Yes, of course.
Something like this.
Yes. The question is, what is the rook doing on h4 and the bishop on a4?
And then suddenly it's unclear, and
or maybe it's not unclear. Maybe it's just good. No, so here it's actually the question is right now. What is the plan? What is white doing? What is white doing?
Because if you play naively, just put the knight here, let's
And
say.
you just take and play.
You take it, yeah, and then you might even go f5 here.
Then c5 maybe. That is a trick.
Yeah, but knight takes, I don't know.
Aha, okay. Just thought that there we had a little bit of a trick.
Yeah, that could
Okay,
be the trick.
f5. Can you take on d4?
With the knight?
No, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, maybe that's a trick, yeah.
This he has played many times in a blitz games.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And then if you take back...
I think f5 as an idea is good, but I don't think you should do it right now.
That's why f6 maybe.
But maybe knight here, just simple.
Yes, of course.
And probably the rook has to go back somewhere, maybe all the way. And now we can start doing things.
But f6 is so nice to have played.
Why not?
Just to cover up everything, where to go with the bishop.
Yeah, and suddenly white's position
and then play a5.
Yeah,
it's a terrible position for white. So white really needs to... Here you need to have a plan.
Mm-hmm.
Here you need to do something with white.
Yeah.
And a little bit worrying that he start to think.
Probably has. I would guess he has played this type of thing before. It's not something he came up with for this game, but Black has played very carefully and I think very well also. So as you said, I would prefer to be Black here. I've played a lot of Benonis, but this one I don't want.
Okay. Then you played a lot on the Benoni, so you can see when it's a bad one as well.
Yes. Okay. Usually they are always bad, but
Yes.
this is
Extremely
extra
maybe.
bad. So maybe we should.
We shouldn't be too cocky here because it could be.
Yeah. We will get our kickback later, but
yes.
Okay. So now we have
the last one, huh?
Well, we have also
The Swede.
Yeah.
Mm.
So Geschnitzer Adrian against Jon Ludwig.
Yes.
From Norway.
Yes.
Also a famous streamer. So again, e4. It's an e4 round.
Mm-hmm. That's
not
nice.
Not every game, but quite a lot of e4s.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we get the old Spanish again, or Ray Lopez.
Mm-hmm.
f6. Castles,
But of course, we have now d3.
Yeah.
One of the most popular way to avoid this martial attack. That
you avoid a lot.
Mm. So this has become very popular.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, normally you want to play c3, d4 immediately, of course. But now white will slowly instead put all the pieces right. And then in the right moment, he will go for most likely c3, d4, you know, if we compare with the normal variations.
Yeah. Now suddenly the game becomes almost an Italian.
Mm-hmm.
Because there you play d3 usually. So you sort of move into that territory.
Mm-hmm.
d6, c3, castles, h3, rook a8, rook e1, bishop f8, b5, bishop c2, bishop b7, and now d4. So finally you get this move. But now white has sacrificed one move, you could say.
Yes. But avoided some of the other.
He has avoided lots of lines, and he has managed to get it to this.
And what is important when it comes to this with losing a tempo, it's of course depending on the type of position that you have.
Yeah.
And in this type of maneuvering positions, tempo is not so important. It's more important to have the pieces on the right squares and so on.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you can actually play like this with white. You know. But if it would have been a very sharp opening, tempo can be totally decisive.
Yeah.
So, okay.
What can happen in a situation like this is that black maybe has at some point d5 or something like that. This happens sometimes, and he can sort of exchange everything, and there's not so much left to play for. But now we see again the same idea. So Jon Ludwig, he goes into the Breyer defense, basically. Yes.
And he will have like one tempo extra, I guess.
Yeah, and here after a4 he plays b4. Interesting.
Because knight bd7 I think is normal, otherwise.
Yeah, I would say
but
so.
I don't.
I don't know. Is there anything? Is there some problem with this move? I don't think so. There should be a problem.
Because take on b5, and if you swap off rooks, you can have queen take and some pressure. that would be okay for black as well. But okay, b4 is a little bit, what is happening with this move is that it gets, more pieces left on the board.
I guess if you take here, I would suspect there something happens in the center.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you take maybe something like this. Maybe at some point d5. I don't know if that's a move here.
Yeah, maybe. d5, then e5. Is it possible?
Yeah.
That doesn't look good.
Maybe we can go in, I don't know.
Okay, take. Take with the bishop.
And we take.
And then you want to play rook take.
I was thinking we can take here maybe. Knight c6 is also possible.
Mm-hmm. Maybe knight takes c6, but okay.
Well, not c bishop c5.
e3.
No, this maybe.
Okay, I'll play bishop e3. Isn't white a pawn up here?
Yeah.
No, I think queen f3. Here I would be a little bit worried actually with I think you can play e6 here. And rook take in worst case, yeah. At least white should be slightly better here, I think.
Maybe.
But and there is no doubt that there could be something like that. Let's see, b4.
Well, I guess this is at least something you have to check.
Of course. And there is no doubt Jon Ludwig has done that. But the pawn is, maybe can you play just knight c6?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That is maybe a very good move.
Could be, yeah. Because if you play b5, you can just take it.
No, I can take on d4.
Also, yes.
Right now it's hanging, so
Yeah.
this looks quite good, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, probably this is, well, maybe you could do d5 or something, maybe the knight.
But take on b4.
Yeah, you take on b4, yeah. Shouldn't be anything problematic here.
No. Okay, so
in the game, he played.
But a5 is a typical move for the position.
Yeah.
Because if black can play a5, normally it's quite okay. But here, it opens up for bishop a4, and you can have some pressure on the queen side with this maneuver.
Yep. So in the game there was knight bd7, and here we are now. So now you can take again on b4.
Yes. A new chance. Okay. Why not? Why is it d5? Then d5 maybe is at least a possibility. I think d5 might be good.
Yeah, something like that.
Because if you take on d5, you can play e4. No, you cannot. Okay, then I don't know. So maybe it's possible.
Maybe you can just take here. Because the b4 is white's pawn formation. So many weaknesses.
Yes.
So this
I agree.
Is probably
probably better to keep it this way.
Yeah. I think in general, if you take there, it's you lose your structure, so to speak. Okay.
But on the other hand, the question is, what should white do if you do not, play this? What to do instead? Because you cannot make your classical maneuver with knight f1, because then you can take on d4 most likely.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit strict.
Black has three pieces, focusing on this one, and white has 1, 2, 3 protecting. This is when the Nimzowitsch overprotection comes in. If you can protect this piece with one more, then suddenly you can move all the pieces.
Because the normal move here is knight f1, knight g3.
Yeah.
To make space for the bishop on c1 to come out and so on. But right now it's not possible.
No,
So
then this comes, and
you don't want to take with the queen in this position normally.
No.
Maybe you can even play c5 immediately and win a pawn or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
No.
So white has a small problem here.
Yeah, at least it's a question, you know. So because one move you can always play is d5.
Yeah.
Maybe that is a good move even in this position.
Yeah.
Because you know, then follow up with c4 and you have this type of position.
But black have the possibility to play knight c5, but then bishop of b7 is a little bit weak.
Yes,
so
exactly. So with d5, the idea with d5 is to play against the bishop on b7. So I think this is the best move.
After
actually.
this, maybe black takes here.
Takes and pawn takes back. Knight to c5, then c4.
c6 is also an
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, exactly.
This.
c6, c4. That was my idea.
Yeah. Maybe you play it like that, and then you put the knight here. I don't know. Maybe something. It's a game.
It's a game.
Yeah.
And now you come with the maneuver, knight f1 and all this kind of stuff. But one problem is now is the pawn on a5 with the rook on a1 has to stay on a1 to protect it, at least for a while. But on the other hand, black's problem is the bishop on b7, or most likely black will take on d5 and play bishop c8 at the moment to try to activate it. So, yeah.
So this is the position,
Yep.
and we'll see what happens later
Yes.
on. On board 7, we're not going to look at
No.
this game. But interestingly is that Christian Bauer, who had a small mishap in the first round, he lost. He has won 3 games, and
Yes.
he's now moving
Back
up.
on track.
Moving up. And he is, as we know, a very strong player. So that will be interesting because he's coming up and he hasn't played anyone in the top.
In the top.
And now he's on his way up, and yeah, we'll see what happens. But we're going to look at another game. I know, and
Yes.
it's this one.
Here we have a game between the routine and the hope of Sweden. You could say we have Tiger Hillar Persson that joined us yesterday after his very interesting game.
It's experience against enthusiasm.
Yes, and Axel is today one of the most promising talents we have in Sweden, and now devoting his time after finishing school full time for chess. He's doing that for 1 year. So he's already an international master, and of course trying to become a grandmaster, or at least get some norms. So, and then he's playing white. So this is an interesting game, I believe.
So here is a d4.
C4.
Again, we have
Yes,
seen.
and the question was, of course, because Tiger, you know, also was famous for playing more sharp openings before, like King's Indian and this kind of.
Yeah, he played the Benoni also for a while.
Benoni for a while and so on. But these days, these openings are not so popular. So the Slav structure is something that he has implemented. I even remember one Rilton Cup where he was actually fighting in the top. This was like, I don't know, 20 years ago or something like that, 25 years ago. And he played a Russian grandmaster and lost with Benoni or something like that. And after the game, I think it was I don't if it was Ludwig Sandström or some of these players said, but Tiger, against the Russians, you must keep strong in the center. And then the only opening is the Slav structure like this, you know. And after that, he has followed this advice and added this to his repertoire.
Okay.
So he has played this for a long time at least.
Okay.
Yes.
So a4. Now we have the Slav.
And of
Yes.
course, again, here you can play sharply with white. You know, go for e4 instead of that. Then black will keep the pawn. Here is more a positional battle after e3.
Yeah.
You take back. So, because what black has gained in this position is a hole on b4.
Yeah.
With a4, keeping the pawn b pawn back, so it couldn't protect on c4. Okay, so queen e2, take, rook d1, take with a knight. It's a way to avoid the Isolani that we have been speaking about before.
The isolated queen pawn, yeah.
What is happening now is that we have almost a symmetrical structure, but
So
now
here he takes with the pawn. What
yeah, that is okay.
But I think it's logical, because if he takes with the queen, then white is quickly going to develop, and the queen will be a liability.
Maybe e4, e5.
Yeah.
Even,
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
And the queen on c6 is not very good, and it's difficult to develop. So now certainly he has this possibility to put the knight here, and he can also play on the b file. So he has.
So even though now this is like a structural disadvantage for black with 3 islands and a single pawn on c6 and a7 as well.
Yeah.
Still, it gives a support to the center.
Yeah.
And we still have this pawn structure for white with pawn on b2 and a4. The problem with that is that it's not so protective of each other. It's we have this hole on b4 that is still annoying for white. So, okay.
So in the game there was
B3,
b3, a5,
yes,
and h3.
Okay.
That does not really show that he has a big plan here, maybe, but he's going for a long game.
Yeah.
Queen b6 was just played.
Yeah, I believe that black wants to play bishop to a6 to swap off these bishops.
Knight d5 is also in the mix here. I kind of like black's position here.
Yeah, I don't think that black has got any real problems, at least. You know?
No.
I mean,
he has lots of decent moves. Bishop a6, knight d5. He can easily bring the rooks in.
Let's say that we get a little bit ambitious and place e4 in this position.
Yeah. Should we do bishop a6, or do you want to do something else?
No, my idea was to play bishop e3.
Yes, of course. But then you have queen b7, I don't know. Let's try your idea. Okay, we go here. Yes, fine. We don't want to play c5, then we lose the b5 square. So we move back here. Let's see what happens. I mean, you could exchange, but then b3 is weak. Like, this is the problem, right?
We can also wait, maybe. Maybe you're threatening to play bishop b4 almost, huh? Or okay, then bishop d4. It's not so clear.
It's not a big threat, but I mean, definitely one of the moves you look at in this position.
Rook ac1. Do you want to play that? Because the question, if you take on c4, do I want to play with b takes c4 or queen takes c4? Normally queen takes c4. So okay, rook ac1 is probably a normal move here. Huh?
Yes, and now? What is the plan here, long term? You could try to attack c6, but you will always have the b3 weakness, so it's not easy to actually get to it.
I think it's quite.
If you play e5, the knight goes to d5. Yeah, it feels balanced, I would say.
Yes,
balanced.
Quite balanced.
Both have weaknesses. White has the b3 pawn. It's definitely a very weak pawn. Black has c6. But neither side can really attack the other. It's very difficult to do anything. I think we will have to wait to see what happens.
Yes.
But it's looking like this could be an interesting fight at least.
Yes, normally it is when Tiger is playing. He
Yeah.
tries to find ways to
Yeah.
put pressure on their opponent.
He actually had a very good game yesterday, I think.
Yes.
And he was better. He underestimated his position. I checked it afterwards with the computer, and he was completely winning for most of the game, actually. The opponent had some advantage.
No, it was. I think that this knight b4. After that, white was better.
Yeah,
all
I
the way.
think Tigger said he didn't know what to do if Black had played rook to d7 when he.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, and then Black was better, but that was
exactly.
that was really the only situation where he was better. After that, Tiger always had a.
But I think he played very well also when it comes to this type of situations when you are surprised with a you know.
No, he defended well, but I think he underestimated, and he said so also. He used too much time and he couldn't really. You know.
This is so common as well.
Okay. Okay, let's go to board number 1. We have this Maroczy.
We have this classical Maroczy setup.
And this is the position where we left off.
Yeah.
And black immediately started to
swap
exchange.
Off pieces.
Yeah. And white continued the same idea.
The same track.
And now knight f3.
Okay.
A little twist. I don't think it's that important, but...
Rook ac1, yes. Because in this position, actually, black's threat could be to take on c3. You know, if you...
If you allow this exchange here...
Yes.
Then this will be very...
Very, very weak. And even though, you know, there looks like... Could it be like some kind of mating threats on the black king because...
it's not easy. It's not easy.
It's not easy because simply there are too few pieces left.
Yeah, so. No way to get to g7. Easy for black to defend against. So he played the rook ac1, queen a5, queen e2.
And well, of course, you could say that sometimes black can put pressure on the c4 pawn. Yeah, and this is what he tried to do. And now?
Knight e5. Knight e5. With an important threat.
Yes, and he cannot play e6. This is quite important.
Because the rook hanging. So rook e8 and now b3. And exactly. Now we have basically a typical Maroczy bind.
And here, of course, if you play e6, one important thing is that the knight cannot go back to c3, where you normally want it. Huh?
That's true, but when you play e6, you get this very weak pawn here. So probably, you want to do it at some point, but the question is that point now?
Yes, because there's also, you know, you have this. Sometimes you can play e6 and d5.
Yeah.
So I think that this could be something he's thinking about. But you can also see that Demchenko has been thinking quite a lot compared to his opponent that has been thinking 15 minutes, while Demchenko has already been thinking for 42.
He has used almost half his time. And they have only made 16 moves.
Yes, and in a way quite easy moves in the beginning at least. So it's the last moves that have been difficult for. Yeah.
But that's typical. I mean, his opponent maybe made something that he wasn't quite prepared for. I don't know, and he too questioned his play, as we all do when we play. We are uncertain. Is it good? Is it bad? What can I do? Let's think a little bit more. You know, and time just runs away and. Suddenly it's very difficult to make any moves. Okay, but I think we should leave this game. And we're going to look at the next one.
We'll see. But we'll just take a look at the e6 and d5. Is it possible at all? I just want to see that.
But can't we just take?
You just take.
No,
and the knight takes back.
Yeah.
You have not. Okay, let's go back. No, I had another idea. Let's see. Just after e6, do you have any other move here?
For white?
No, knight f4. I want to take a look at this position because sometimes you can try to make use of the fact that this knight is a little bit out of.
White is harmonious in this position. I mean, you can play e6, of course.
Knight c5.
You can play this. Yeah, you can play that.
Bishop d2 in worst case.
I don't know.
Okay, it looks.
But I agree, e6 could be the right move. It could be because you don't easily get to d6. So maybe you can just play it like this. But I doubt that there is some tactical,
g5, d5.
But g5 is not.
No, I try to make it work, but you don't want knight h5 maybe.
Even this.
No, let's go back.
No, I don't think. I think e6 is possible, but
I'm not sure. No, I don't think so either. Either it's. I mean, the point is, if you play it, you need to have some follow-up. Like that's what I try to look for.
The problem for black here is what is my plan? Because in the long run in these positions, maybe white can get his thing together, and suddenly he can start putting pressure on the black position.
It was like I was was speaking about this kind of structure with Magnus actually one time, and they said as long as you don't do anything with white, you're always better.
Yeah, this is true.
There's some truth in that.
Yeah,
I think.
definitely, yes.
Because black, if you just very careful, build up your position and so on, you will always be a little bit better. But at the same moment as you do something, then it's dangerous.
When you go for something,
yes,
and you start to, you have this perfect position with the pawns on the right squares, and then you start advancing. Weaknesses occur. Black counters.
Yes.
Yeah, we know about this.
Unfortunately, we have our experiences. But okay.
So we go to this, and we saw this c4 move here.
Yes.
We have this Shalmakhanov, Ramzan Shalmakhanov. He plays white here from Kazakhstan, and he's a grandmaster. And he plays this c4 move, which is not the most common, but it has been seen. It's not that unusual. Bishop b7, queen c2, h6, knight c3, c6, a3. Yeah, basically standard moves. And the difference really here is that instead of having the knight on d2 and the pawn on c3, he has the pawn on c4 and knight on
exactly.
And of course, he doesn't support d4 the same way, so black can at some point take and.
But also to take on c4 and d5 can sometimes be annoying as well.
Yeah. I think I've analyzed this c4 and I didn't like it so much. I didn't really see the point,
I see.
And that black has a fine game, and some of the ideas you have in the Spanish are not there anymore when you don't have the c3 d4 setup. But perfectly playable, of course. Maybe we go to the next one. We have our Austrian super talent, 15-year-old Dotzer, Lucas. And we had the position here.
And knight b3.
Knight b3 was played, and you suggested h6, and that was played.
And now he took.
And he took.
That was a bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah. So let's see how much time he used for that. Yeah, he played it after 5 minutes. So he thought about it, but he did it quite fast. And e3. Yeah, he goes for the safe option here.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think it looks like white has a nice game here because he has very good control over this square, d5.
But black.
Yeah, black has moves.
I think black is okay as well.
Yeah, okay, for sure. So d6, bishop e2, knight c6, castles, and now there was this. And I think he has to take, because now suddenly this is a threat to jump.
Yes, to take on c3,
so
rook takes c3, bishop f5.
They played rook d8.
Okay, rook d8.
Yeah.
Because what makes me believe that black could be okay is the fact that the knight on b3 is very strangely placed.
Yeah.
That would like to be on c3 to go to d5.
Yeah.
Then white would have a tremendous game.
But to get there, he has to play here, maybe here and here. And
yes, so it's not so easy.
It takes 4 moves, and you don't have that time.
Yes. So if black get the chance, maybe black will go for bishop b6 and d5 or something like that, and it will be equalized, the position.
Yeah.
So
what white can do is he can put the bishop on
f3.
F3. He can move the queen, put the rook on behind. Maybe he can even at some point maybe even triple the rook. So he could try to go for this with some moves like going here and the rook behind, and maybe even put this here. But probably none of this is going to happen because it's easy for black to prevent, right?
But now you can also see that Lucas has started to think.
Yes.
So where did he start to think? Because I just saw that he was better on time in the beginning, and now suddenly he's, Well,
we can go back a little bit.
Yes, go back. E5, because A5,
he
you could say E5 very quickly. So this is a part of preparation. But already now, when knight B3, that was the new move for him. We said yes, that's right. And then H6, that's not difficult. Yes, E3. Here again took time. D6. Yeah. So the last moves here, he has not been sure what is the right way to go for.
No, but I think he has played it well. I don't think White's maneuver with knight b3, it's not impressive because, as you said, the knight is badly placed. So White has a big problem to get this knight to the right squares. I think this is perfectly okay. I would say this is about equal.
Yeah, I think so too. But if White can make his moves and so on, like you said, bishop f3, rook d3 and so on, it might be some pressure. So at least Black needs to create something and find the right squares and so on. But it's not bishop f5 is not difficult. So.
No, it looks very difficult. And as soon as you put the rook on d3, you always have knight b4, for instance. So there's so many preparations you have to do.
Yep.
And before you have made those, Black has moved all these pieces out. So it shouldn't be any problem. Okay, let's go to the next game. So we have this Tartakova variation in the Caro-Kann. And we've had some more moves. We saw, let's see, we saw knight e6. So queen d2 was played, bishop d7, h4.
Yeah, White needs to do something. And of course, rook to e2 and rook a d1. But after that, how to continue? That is always the difficulty in this position. So somehow h4 at least is starting to put a little bit of pressure on Black and so on. So, but queen a5 must be absolutely fine.
I think the idea maybe is not to play h5. It's
to avoid g5,
yeah, and to control. Because if Black plays this move, you can go here.
Yes.
So I don't think it's not an attacking move actually.
No, it's true.
It's more like controlling a square and preventing Black from attacking.
You're right.
So
I agree.
Queen a5 was played here.
Keeping an eye on h5.
Keeping h5 under control. Opening for rook d8 maybe. I mean, one way to play would be to play like rook here and maybe even move the bishop back to give some pressure in the center.
Maybe you even threatens to play queen h5.
Could even be a move,
because you're threatening to play take on h4 and to play g5 maybe.
Yeah. This could be an idea. So this might be a threat. But if the queen goes there, you can play knight g3, queen takes rook e4, wins the queen. So it's not so clear. Okay, let's go to the next game.
On the other hand, the knight on g3 is not very fantastically placed, but okay. It's true.
It's not so easy to attack h4. Anyway, so
this is actually my experience of this position is that it's very difficult to find, how to put pressure, how to continue for both players. So.
Both players have already. It's a little bit what Magnus said, that as long as you don't do anything, you're fine.
You're slightly better.
Both are slightly better as long as they don't. As soon as you do something, then it changes. But this was very interesting, right?
d4, and now?
C4, d4, and nothing has happened.
Oh my God.
Is that really correct?
Then suddenly he realizes how bad Benoni has got. I don't know. It's very strange to play c4 very quickly. How much much did he think? Has he thought?
Yeah, so he played c4, and then he had only used 6 minutes. Now d4 was played, and now he has used almost.
He has fallen asleep, maybe. I don't know.
3/4 of an hour.
This is crazy.
No, but this is typical when you play a slightly dubious opening. It's easy to make the first dubious 10 moves, and then suddenly you have to sort of live with your position.
What is this?
Yeah.
But what is this? I mean, how can you? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not impressed by his preparation.
This has happened to me actually. I played many dubious openings, and I know the feeling. You make because usually it's fine up to a point, but then suddenly you reach this point, and what have I done? How do I your opponent avoids all the simple traps you've laid, and suddenly you have this like the bishop on b3 and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so well we can just go to the next game,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, this was an interesting game, right? We had this a little bit interesting b4 move, a5, knight b7,
And I said, well, here we said d5,
and he played d5,
yes, yeah.
c6, c4. Yeah,
Mhm.
basically what we said.
Mm. But he didn't take on c3 first.
He didn't do that. I was a little bit uncertain. Maybe
Mm.
at some point b4 could be also a little bit of a weakness, but
Mm.
I think it's a matter of taste. I think.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go back again. I think we still have
Our Swedish
our Swedish
encounter.
top meeting here. So let's see. So
h3 king,
we had e4.
queen b6.
Actually, we did queen b6. This was the position
Yeah.
we looked at.
Yep.
And
e4 we said,
yeah, you know Tiger well, right?
but he's playing black.
Yes, but maybe you
But
know
still- but
Axel as
still-
well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
right.
bishop a6,
Mhm.
bishop f4,
Okay, instead of my move was...
bishop e3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So bishop
Now I thought about one idea white could have also, is to take with a pawn on c4.
Yeah, and there was an exchange.
Mm-hmm. Now the question is, if should you take with a queen or with a pawn? I thought that the idea was to take with a pawn, because if you do that, you first of all you can play maybe rook b1,
Mm-hmm.
and then there is also this e5. That is, e5 is quite annoying, and
Yeah, no, yeah.
it's a little bit.
The advantage of this is that you control d5.
Yes, so
Again,
e5 is a threat.
So
Maybe.
suddenly this move gets.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that he took on c4 here.
Did he?
Yeah, he
Mhm.
took.
Mm-hmm.
I find that a little bit surprising.
Mm-hmm. You move like rook d8. No, you can't. Okay, you can play rook d8, but then it takes and take the a6. You have to watch out. Okay. Mhm.
Yeah, maybe there is. Maybe it's not so easy. But maybe there are no moves. That could be.
Mhm. But also maybe like move like bishop to b4. For
Yeah, that's
example.
what I'm looking at.
I mean,
what's
knight
wrong?
a2, then bishop e7.
Yeah, if
Just
you
go
want to
back.
go. Yeah.
I-
Also, bishop c5 maybe at some point could be a move.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway,
The problem with bishop c5 is that then maybe e5 and knight e4 can come with strength. But
yeah, it's true. True.
not sure about that, at least, bishop g5 or something like that.
So now we are
Mhm.
saying that this move might be the best.
Mm.
Might be the
Mhm.
best. So the question is, what can Black do here? Is there something? Is there something
Of
we
course,
can do?
there is also always something.
Yeah, but does he have some?
Mm.
Some because he cannot play rook b8, for instance, because the bishop controls b8.
Mm.
D5 is suddenly not possible to go to either. So where is he going with the knight? Maybe rook d8 here. Is that?
Exactly.
So let's. Oh, sorry. He takes. So I guess this rook,
Mm.
and then what? So now, if you play e5 now, you can play
Okay.
knight d7 maybe,
Mm.
and the knight can go to c5 or to f8.
But okay, then e5, knight d7, and then knight e4. How is this?
I was thinking maybe we could go. You want to go to d6?
Yes, exactly.
I don't know.
But I'm not sure. It's also bishop e3 in this position.
Aha.
But queen b4, it's... Or take on d1 and play queen b4? I don't know.
Maybe we could go for some queen sacrifice here. Play this. Something like this. I don't know. Looks a bit dangerous, but maybe.
Bishop b6.
Yeah. That's
okay,
true.
knight c3 maybe you have. So it saves the day, right?
But still good for white, maybe with a5 and so on. Yeah, this
Mhm.
looks a bit dangerous. Yeah, so rook f8, e5 may be interesting. Knight e8, but
But that's not that you don't want to play that one.
of course,
you?
of course. You don't want to, but maybe you have to.
But I still think that knight d7 is the right move here. And knight c5 and yeah. Take on d1.
Okay. Take.
And yeah, and rook queen b4.
Yeah, this looks very solid.
Maybe you can take and play rook d7.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm looking at it now. I don't know.
No. I think
Maybe take with the bishop. Yeah,
yes.
yeah, okay.
Rook d7.
Yeah.
Because now it's a little bit dangerous, around the black king.
Yeah. Queen f3, queen h5,
Mm-hmm.
queen h5, and knight g5, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, here I would be a little bit worried, but now at least it's getting sharp.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is interesting.
So
Bishop
he's
takes
thinking-
c4. So he's thinking he could take with the queen,
Yeah, you can take with the queen, of course, but
but I think
no, it looks much worse, I think, doesn't it? Or not worse, but I just mean that it's
it doesn't look very promising.
No.
I agree. This move has some ideas connected to it.
yes.
So yeah, I think he will take with the pawn, but maybe he's afraid that there will be some weakness. And,
Maybe bishop b4 now still.
Yeah, still this move maybe.
Because I also thought about if you go back with, I think we said knight a2, bishop b7 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also stay with the bishop on b4.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you take on b4, a take b4, maybe,
Can you play
I don't know.
something like bishop e5 or something?
Mm-hmm.
Put a little pressure on f6 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d3.
Yes.
Try to.
Mm-hmm. And can you go for rook d8 in this position?
Probably.
Can you do something like that? And to offer, because I think that Tiger wants to have some kind of dynamic in the situation.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I think black is fine here. You can take on f6, but then suddenly where's the knight going? Well, maybe you could play like queen f3 and knight to e2, and yeah, maybe you can.
Black is okay here, I think. Okay.
Knight e2, knight g3. Then suddenly we have a good game. But
Queen c5.
yeah, something like that.
Ah, you can take on f6 actually.
Yeah, now I can. Can I? Yeah, I can. Yeah, maybe this is. Then you have to take. And take here. Well,
Even here, I think that the draw is the.
yeah, it's
it could be like a draw position,
It's draw because rook d8 is a.
The immediate draw.
Yeah,
no.
it's yes.
Well, yes, it is. Yes,
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
it's immediate draw.
Okay.
I don't think white could ever be worse in a position like this.
No.
With open
No.
king like this.
No.
Okay, should we go to the next game?
Yes, the first one.
He
again.
took with a pawn. Just
Okay, that's we will
so
come
we
back
know
to
that.
the game
Yeah, we will go
for
back.
sure.
So,
Mm-hmm.
no, this is not the right.
No.
We are in
First
the wrong.
one. Yes,
Go up
Demchenko. Okay.
So we go through them and we take a small break, right?
Interestingly enough,
He played e6.
yes, he played. Interestingly enough,
And then knight f4.
White has now been thinking a lot for the last move.
Yeah.
Because I think if we look at the b3, what was the time? What was the time before e6? You see 122. Now suddenly he's down to 55, I think it was. So he'd been thinking almost half an hour on this e6 move.
Yeah, but I'm going back to your quotation from Magnus. As soon as you start doing things, it's going the wrong way.
Could be.
Yeah, we know this.
No,
right?
exactly. Now here we have the pros and cons, and I suggested e6, and I tried to find continuation. It was not so easy, and this is of course the same for Mr. Chu Jiangju.
But what I think, and I think we mentioned that is this position is probably playable for black. You don't need to have something like d5. You can just play the position because white does not have a pressure on d6 at this moment, and you can easily defend right now.
Maybe a6 and b5.
Yeah, it could be something like that.
Because that's the quite a normal way to do it here with black. That's another possibility.
Black is happy because there has been some exchanges. That is usually good for black, right? And white's pieces are a little bit scattered. I mean, the knight on f4, what's it doing actually? It has to be regrouped.
Then this knight is normally either on c3 or d4. That's the normal.
So the question is, should white play some rook d1 or should he play some queen move here?
But it's black to play.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, where do you want to put your pieces? What is white?
But the thing is, with e6, you have a target on d6.
Yeah, so you should.
So suddenly you have something to play against, like you said. Before that, it is not so easy to see how white can make to proceed.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, definitely. Okay, I think we shouldn't waste too much time here because we have other
next one
things to look at. So here we have this unusual c4 move.
At least in the end position we had at least a threat, I can see. Yeah. So what is the time? Okay, white is actually clearly better on time.
Yes.
Okay.
The Kazakhstani white player, a grandmaster, he has only used 30 minutes for 16 moves, but Nikita from Riga, he has used up more than half his time.
Okay.
And he hasn't really made anything exceptional so far. Only standard moves.
Yeah, that's a... Okay, so what you can think about here is, of course, with white, is to play bishop a2 and b4, because it's a little bit strange to have it like this with the bishop on b3. If you do not play like that, what should white do? For example, in the center, one possibility that you sometimes wants to do is to play with c5, to close the position, but it's not so easy as to take, for example, on e5, d take e5 and c5. This is something I've seen before, but
you don't control c5.
Exactly. So that's why it's not so easy for white to see how to proceed in this position. At least not for me.
No, I mean black has a very solid position.
Yeah, and we'll play bishop f8 and queen b8 or something like that. So.
Yeah. And this is the problem with this knight c3 and so on, that the knight on c3 isn't so fantastic because the pawn on c6 takes away these squares. So this knight is... That's why it's sometimes better to have the knight on d2, where it can maybe jump up here or something like this. So, but I think we should leave them to think. And we go to the next one. Now we go to the Austrian Wunderkind.
Yes.
Lucas.
And we have this type of position where now at least one white has got a target on d6, but a little bit strangely placed knight on b3. So
we can maybe just... We had this position we had. And now there was bishop f3, very logical move to control d5, bishop e6 and queen d2. And white is clamping d5, so d5 is not coming, and he is
But again, what I can see here is again that black is spending a lot of time.
Yeah.
And it can be this. What can happen sometimes, of course, if that you have a preparation, your opponent goes out of it, and suddenly you end up in a type position that you do not really like. You know that because here it's not so easy to find how should black proceed to get some kind of counterplay and so on.
True.
And young players also, when I was young, I wanted to have active positions.
Oh, you were young
so
once.
Yes, I've always been old. No. The thing is that then you do not like to be defending like this, and the grandmaster's routine might show up, So, yes,
I agree with you. And sometimes you have a line. Maybe it starts with something tactical and very interesting. And I'm sure there were great lines that we never saw.
After knight b5,
yeah,
for example.
And then he played knight b3, and suddenly you get this position that is, it's not so much, and maybe it's okay, but what happened to all your variations?
Yes.
And
maybe just slightly worse, and now it's time to face this type of position.
You think black is worse in this position?
I cannot say.
I'm not so sure.
No, me neither. No, I can say that what is special here is the knight on b3, because it's so badly placed. If that would be more actively placed on e4 or somewhere, no doubt white would have an edge, I think. But now, I think it's okay. But still, white has got an easier plan in a way. Maybe
it's a little bit of a deadlock.
Mm.
No one can really do anything here. So you need to prepare. It's a long way. If white managed to get the knight to a decent square, he's better, as you said. If black manages, for instance, to maybe play, I don't know, d5 or something like that, I don't see it happening right now, but maybe that could be something. c4 is a little bit weak also. I mean, it's not easy for white.
No.
Okay,
let's move on.
Let's move on. So we get back to the Caro-Kann.
Okay, that's a concession. b5.
Let's where were
h4? We had queen a5.
We had queen a5.
Yep.
And bishop c4 happened. And b5.
What did you say about this doing nothing and you are okay?
Yeah.
This is because
do something and
because this
do and die or do or die or whatever.
Yeah, because at least now white will have something to play on, I think, with this move, after this move.
Yeah.
Because you can play like bishop b3, a4 or something like that.
But there is also the fact that when you play b5 here, you control c4, so it's not so easy to get pawns moving.
No, I mean, there is an idea behind the move, of course.
So now the question is, should white retreat to b3? That's the most normal move.
Yes.
Because if you exchange on e6, I think black will take... he will take probably with the bishop, right? Not with the pawn. If you take with the pawn, then suddenly the position.
But if you take, you don't want to lose your white squared bishop here with white.
No, I'm not. I'm just sort of.
No. I think that
talking about alternatives.
No.
So in this position, you could take with the pawn, but then it's a little bit weak here. Maybe you just do this. And suddenly the bishop is getting strong.
But okay, queen f4.
Actually, it happened.
He took on e6.
Yes, and he took back with the bishops.
Because I thought now maybe you can play like queen f4. Maybe that could be an idea to put pressure.
Yeah.
But I'm a bit surprised because for me bishop b3 was like logical to keep up the pressure.
I think if this black has the option to go back.
Yeah, he must. I think he even must do that.
Yeah, maybe. And I think there is not much happening. There is no cow on the ice, as we say in Sweden.
Knight c5, is that the idea that white wants to do?
Yeah, you could try that. Then we get opposite colored bishops. Yeah, why not? Possible.
Because at least the black king is a little bit more weak. And you have a square on d.
Yeah.
But it's not much. Should be okay, I think.
But white...
Okay, it's knight c5. Actually, the idea of knight c5, I like that.
I guess we could move the bishop.
Bishop to d6 also.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bishop d6 is possible. Also bishop d5 is possible, right? Or is there
Mhm.
something wrong with this move? Now you don't have any threats to f6, so I don't really see what white is doing here with the knight. I mean, it's, as you say, it looks very solid. But of course, if white gets a few moves, he would like to double on the e file, for instance. If you can, get the rook up to e3, you put down the other rook behind. Suddenly things are going to be.
Okay, let's play that. Play rook e3 then.
Yeah. So let's do this.
Because you cannot play bishop d6 because then I take on e8.
Yeah, and then you can take on f6.
And here, I think white has got some play here actually.
Yeah, maybe.
Or is it better to take now on c5?
Yeah, now we get to exchange a pair of rooks. Or wait, yes, we can do that. We can play this.
You cannot take on e8 and so on.
No, because there's bishop f8.
So take on c5.
Maybe we
Take
take.
on e3, queen take.
And now we move the queen somewhere. This must be equal, I think. Don't you think so?
I just thought that this maybe white has got with a4 to come or something like that, some small advantage, but I don't really trust in it, Okay, queen to f4 or something like that. No. It's not much, huh?
Nah.
a4, but okay.
Yeah, I don't believe it so much.
No,
I think it's
black should be able to make a draw.
yeah, fairly even game.
Let's go next one.
So we
We
go.
have this one.
Yeah. So here suddenly things started happening.
He
So-
desperately.
C4 was played, D4, and he took here, and he played C5.
Desperately trying something. A
Well,
bit.
he got rid of his weakness, and he gave black a pawn, but the structure is not optimal for black here.
Queen
b3 and queen d5. But I like what white did somehow. Don't you?
Yeah, I think that was the best thing because now he can take on d5 and then take on e5.
Yeah, he could do that.
But on the other hand, after knight b4, he might be in trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, he's handing the initiative to black. So let's have a look at that. Okay. So queen takes. I guess you have to take with the.
Knight.
I don't know if you have to take. You could take with a pawn and play rook c8 or something like that, like this.
What is it? Is it now? It's equal, huh?
It's equal, but maybe now d4 is weak. Maybe we can play knight b3. I don't know.
Rook c2.
But maybe black has some initiative. I don't know. Let's say.
For me, at least it's obvious that it is white who is fighting to equalize at this stage.
Yeah, there are threats here. They could take a knight g4. I don't know. It's tricky. So, but okay, let's look at the line we talked about first. This.
And here I thought about knight to b4.
But this is maybe now we have this. No, this knight.
Yeah, that was also my
c2.
idea to go for something like that. So I thought knight 5 to c4 maybe.
Okay.
But I don't know. And then take on e6. Maybe bishop f4. Take on e6. But also b5 maybe is very strong. b5. No, white is in big trouble here.
Yeah. Well, black must be better. I mean, white is fighting to.
Okay, can you take on e5?
No.
Yes. And take on e5, take on d5, and we have the same.
Take with the pawn, maybe?
No. I thought with the rook again.
But what happens?
Okay,
if
maybe.
You play, if you do this?
Yeah.
It's just an idea, but I mean, let's say you go for the d4,
Knight f3 or
knight f3, and we go in. Maybe you can go here. I don't know if this is possible, but maybe rook c8. Is that a move?
somehow you want to keep your rook on f5 to be ready for. But okay, rook e7 will come next move maybe. So okay, rook.
Yeah, it's not clear this.
This is not clear.
No, this is very unclear.
Okay, let's go back. Let's take with a knight on d5 instead. Take on e5. Take, rook take, and again knight b4. How, okay, maybe just to take on e6 is okay. Okay, no, take on d3. You have something here, don't you?
Yes. Maybe here.
Mm-hmm. Rook to d8, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this rook here.
Can we go here?
Yeah, maybe you could just do like that.
Now
No.
the draw seems.
Knight f4, d3.
Maybe knight f4,
but rook e7, d3 take on b7. How is that? No, it seems
and
like.
suddenly we're.
So maybe he has found a forced line to equalize here.
But interestingly, he played knight c4.
He's playing for a win.
Could be. But it's interesting. He thought for a very long time, but he actually found something.
Mm-hmm.
That's not always the case.
Nope.
So, good, well done, I would say.
Mm.
Let's go to the next game and see what's happening here. So it's John Ludwig Hammer here playing black against Adrian Geschnitzer from Germany.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have quite a large rating difference, almost 200 rating points advantage to our Norwegian grandmaster. So in this game we had this c4, and now Jon Ludwig found this eccentric move, knight to h5.
Yeah, but to go to f4 if you can do that, it's normally okay.
Yeah. And of course, if white tries some trick here, we can take with the rook. The knight is protected, and there is no f4 move.
Let's avoid that.
Yes. So instead, g6 was played after knight f1. So
preparing for f5.
Yeah, and then there was an exchange.
Okay, this is a concession to take on c6, of course, because normally, because now the bishop on b7 comes to life. As long as you just keep it that way. So I was thinking about bishop to a4 or something like that, but maybe he wants to play that now, bishop to a4, because you don't want, what could that make? You can take on a5 is not working. Okay, no, bishop a4 in this position. I think that white will play.
Well, there are options here. Rook c8, queen c7, take on a4 and play rook b8, and then knight c5. What happens if we play very simple chess here? Take. Do you want to take with the rook? Okay. Let's say we could even play knight c5 and take with the queen on a5. It's possible, but let's say we do this. Bishop d2, or what do you want to do here?
I just want to move out, like bishop e3 or something like that. my idea is to play against the bad bishop on f8.
Mm-hmm.
That is the idea.
Yeah, this is logical, of course. We'll put the knight on d5 maybe eventually.
Because now that must be like, and now black needs to have more dynamics in its position. So I think that after bishop a4, there's, of course, you can go back to a8 with your b.
Actually, we have a move.
Or b7. Okay.
So he didn't play that.
He didn't find this move.
He played
this.
knight e3. So
of course this is possible. So knight, but now after knight c5, this idea with bishop a4 is outruled. Huh?
yeah, I liked your move more.
Yes.
Actually.
Yes.
I think this is. I don't think black is that much worse, but I think this
Put some
piece,
pressure.
Yeah, this piece, this must be the plan in this position.
I think so too.
Because this bishop is better than this bishop. Here, I mean, this is much better than this. So,
I agree.
So knight e3.
Now knight c5 must be the obvious move.
I like this move.
Because now you outrule this possibility, and probably he plans to play knight d5 here.
Yeah, let's see.
And now rook b8. I like. Okay, maybe one idea here is to play b3 and go for the pawn and force him to take on
bishop
d5.
d2, yeah.
And force him to take. But even in that position, I think black is okay.
Do you want to take on d5 or what?
Yes.
How do you want to play?
After bishop d2, you can take maybe.
Yeah.
So knight f4.
Yep. Interesting fight here. Can go either way.
Yes, and the
I would say maybe still white is controlling the narrative at this point.
But
and black has to defend.
But at least the black pieces are the bishop started to come alive to life.
I agree with this. Okay, so then we go back.
Another possibility here could also be to play knight f4 and then knight e6, just to make this knight better.
Yeah, he will do that. You want to do that immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that's a good idea.
Because on knight d5, you can play knight e6.
Yeah.
And you have some good control of the black squares and so on.
It's true.
No, it's hanging on b4. Sorry.
Aha. Let's look at this a little bit more carefully. So knight c5. Do you have to play knight c5?
No. Knight f4 was. I thought knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4, knight d5, but maybe now you have to. Well, what do you do?
I don't know.
But you don't want to take, right?
Oh, that's right.
So maybe knight f4 was a little bit.
Yeah, it's premature.
It doesn't quite work.
So
knight c5 is probably better. Yeah. Maybe now it could be a threat to go. Well, it's maybe not yet. Maybe you have to play rook b8.
Rook b8 first. Yes.
Yeah. So you have this protected. Yeah.
Okay.
Very strategic fight.
And not so easy because there are several different possibilities we have.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see our Swedish encounter. Okay, what is happening here?
So
Axel has got a little bit better time.
We had bishop takes c4,
b takes
pawn
c4.
Takes, and bishop b4. I think we looked at this.
Yes,
position.
yes, we did.
And we just briefly checked bishop e5, which is, I would say, the first move you look at.
And we said that it seemed like it was after queen c5, I think it was.
Yeah,
take and take back, and we have a position that, well, we thought it could be most likely a draw somehow, Oh, but bishop e5.
Didn't we look at rook d8? Was it? Because this move, then we could go here.
Okay.
I don't think we.
No, it's possible. Maybe I was wrong. Okay.
I think we did it like this.
And
then
take,
we took
and queen f3, and now queen c5.
And now you said that you can take and it's a draw. Yeah. Okay, I think we'll take our break now.
Yes.
And we'll be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. probably 10 minutes.
Yes, probably 10 minutes because it's so interesting games.
Yeah, we cannot be
No.
away for so long.
No, that's good.
Okay,
so
see you soon. See you soon. Okay, welcome back. We've had our little coffee break. Was your coffee break good?
Well, I was actually talking.
You
Discussions. This is also something that is interesting when you are at this type of tournament like Rilton Cup, is that here all my friends are here, and we are commentating, and then afterwards and before, you take the chance to interact with your friends. So I had a long chat, but
that's good.
I saw that at least you got coffee.
I did.
That's good.
Yeah. So we're gonna go through the games again, and we're gonna start with board number 1.
Yes.
We have our top board with Anton Demchenko. He's more of a veteran grandmaster against this younger Chinese grandmaster Xiang Yu Chu. And things have happened here.
And
so
it was very interesting because after e6, knight f4, we said that if white could just consolidate in a way and have the knight on f4 on a good square, he would have chances to go for the d6 pawn. But this is a little bit special, the position, because the knight is a little bit offside on f4.
Yeah, it's true.
So the compensation for black is this, compared with the little bit worse pawn structure. So
in the game, black immediately attacked e4.
And now, of course, f3 is like a way, but with h3 played, you always get a little bit suspicious to play f3.
And also,
d5
at some point, maybe d5 is playable. I don't know if that's a threat in this situation, but it could be.
Let's see, f3, then d5, and then if e5, you have knight d7, and it's not possible.
Yeah, e5, I think you can go back here. This cannot be bad for black. Black has so much activity.
Yeah, and take on d5. You can take
maybe,
or take on c1 first, and then take d5, and okay. So
in the game, Anton Demchenko here, he played queen d3. And now there was queen e5.
And the good thing with queen d3 is, first of all, is that you get out of this file with a rook on e8. That's a classical rule, to put your rook on the same file as the opponent's queen. But also that you were opening up for knight to e2 and so on.
Yep.
Because he couldn't take on a2 in that position, I guess, because then the queen will be more or less trapped. I just saw that there is a pawn.
You can go here.
And then queen b2, bishop d4. Huh? And it's problematic. So
this is what you hope for with white.
Of
always
course,
that black goes
a little bit greedy.
Yeah, gets greedy.
So
queen e5. So what happens if you play f3 here? I guess there will be something with d5 maybe at some point.
Yeah, d5 looks like the move. One problem is that you cannot play bishop d4 because the knight is hanging on f4. So so d5 probably is annoying here, right? Yes. Because in the end, but it's still c take d5. Do you take on c1 then, or
maybe take? Yes.
Bishop take maybe to get out of the.
If we
take back with the knight, you're a pawn up. This cannot be right.
Well, so f3 was possible. Bishop h6, then you can take on g6 if you want to.
Of course, a6 also, because it's could be a6 b5. But then, so what is wrong here?
But then you can move the knight back and you maybe get the bishop d4. Well, in the game, let's just show that there was rook c e1. So I guess this protects the because if we take here now, I guess
You can also take on a7. Maybe you can claim an advantage.
maybe you can go for this. Well, I doubt that this is much better for white. Actually,
No,
I don't really believe that.
maybe rook a8.
Especially not after this move,
True.
trapping the rook.
Yeah, that's right. So go back. Let's go back.
So rook e1.
So queen take e4. Okay, so take on d6.
Yeah, maybe you have to do this.
But then it's like a little bit like white is playing for equality. It feels like.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe he is.
Mhm.
Maybe that's well. Equality. I mean, white's position is fine here. He has no
Yes.
structural. That's
Yes.
he wants.
But a6. Let's say a6 in this position.
Because I think in this position, if white plays this, the structure is not good anymore, and so these breaks with d5 are, annoying. Then the question is exactly how should black do it? But white, of course, does not want to end up with.
Maybe now g5, d5 then.
Maybe g5, yes.
Because, I mean, it's
And the knight has to go back, right?
and
And
then
now this maybe. Maybe this.
because my idea was bishop d4. You can take on e4, for example.
Yeah. Very tricky position,
Yes.
but I can understand if white wants something less complex.
Now also with worse time.
Yeah, rook c e1. So this is the position, and now of course black has to make a choice here. If you take with the knight, then you get into a nasty pin. Maybe is that lost for black after this? Maybe we do some retreat here,
Mm-hmm.
or is there some move? Maybe no, I don't know. Knight c5, is that possible?
f5, f3, f5 maybe.
But what if we just move out?
Mm-hmm. Okay, go back
But maybe then we can move the queen.
to f3 and then take on. No, okay.
Unclear.
Unclear.
Well, he took with the queen,
Mm-hmm.
so this is
No,
already-
this is not the move. You didn't do that.
No, he didn't do that. Okay, sorry.
So he's thinking.
Yeah, I thought he did. No, he's thinking still. Yeah, so black has. What can black do? He can take with the knight.
But knight
perhaps?
take. You can take on a7 then, can't you?
Yes, you can.
Knight take e4, knight take a7.
Yeah. Then f4 falls, but then you take e4.
Rook, take with the rook, and black has got. You know, it's hanging on d6. I mean, so I think this is just simply bad. So.
So this.
No. Then you take on f4.
So what?
No, after knight take e4, you take on a7. That was the point.
Yeah. So after queen takes, then we take on d6, right?
At least that was.
Yeah. This was the line. But if I was black here, I would think maybe I had something.
Yes, I would go for something.
But maybe you don't have it. Maybe
I would play a6 here, I think.
Yeah,
and
probably.
go for b5 or something like that. But it's also e5. Try something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know.
There are possibilities.
Mhm.
So
Okay, so I think that black is considering if there is any possibility to go for something more.
this could be a really hard fight because the times.
Mm.
Demchenko has 20 minutes, and he has more than 20 moves to make. 21 moves.
And of course, then black normally wants to keep up, like what do you say, the pressure, and do not want to get into an end game too early, and so on.
So black, with 36 minutes left, which is 16 more minutes than Demchenko has, he is looking for some way to try to trick white here, you know. And he sees that Demchenko is he's not offering a draw, but he plays very defensively, I would say, in this position, trying just to keep everything. So he's looking for something to break the position and try to create something, some mess. Very interesting, but we have to go to
Let's go to next
board
game.
number 2. And this is interesting because here we have developments. So this was the position that we saw,
Mm-hmm.
and now white decided to take on b5.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess, well, I don't know, but he took with the c pawn. You could take with the a pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Is he in the game? He played this move, and I'm thinking, what about this move?
Okay. But on the other hand, how do you... Let's say that we move our queen to... I don't know, queen b1.
Yeah, maybe it's not so good. I don't know, because they maybe have d5 later on, and
Yes.
b5 gets
No, that's
weak.
what queen b1 was.
Yeah.
My idea with this move was also to... Sometimes you can even play queen a2 or something, you know.
Yeah, you can go here and you have this maybe
Yes,
threat.
but mainly to go
you get
out of got out of this file with the rook and the
yeah, yeah,
so on.
yeah.
And
I agree.
Now
I agree.
d5 might be
So
possibility
maybe
later on.
maybe if black plays like this, he gets a more passive position. It's probably playable.
Mhm.
I don't think there is any immediate threats like
Mhm.
that, but he wanted more, and he wanted a more active position, so he took with the c pawn.
Mhm.
The negative is, of course, now that d5 is not
Yes.
covered.
And queen b1 or
Yeah, queen
okay,
b1.
good.
And
Yes.
yeah, now he took on d4.
I want because the move that is normal here is bishop to f8. I would say that is like
Mhm.
you know.
So let's have a look.
Because to play g6 and bishop g7, that is like the classical way to play.
So bishop to f8,
Mhm.
logical move, opening up the rook,
Mhm.
and then the question is, what do we do here? Do you want to do your queen a2 move?
Yeah, maybe queen a2, rook e7, knight h4.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're threatening to play
So-
knight to f5.
So queen a2.
Mhm.
Now there's a threat, and you cannot protect with the queen like this.
Because then you take on e5, take
Then
on
you
b6.
take this one, and then the queen is overloaded.
Mhm.
As they
And you
say.
take on f7 in the next move.
Yeah. So in
So-
this position you have to
Yes.
do something like this, which is not
Yeah,
comfortable.
that just because one thing with knight h4 is
and
that
then
g6 cannot be played because then you simply take the pawn.
Yeah, you even threaten to just go here.
Exactly.
This is a threat.
Yes.
This is a threat. Yeah.
So knight take e4.
So after queen b1, he took on d4.
Mm-hmm. Knight take, I guess, or bishop take. No,
Bishop take.
Okay.
Knight e5,
Mm-hmm.
and now your move.
Okay. Okay,
And suddenly it's
Because now you're threatening to take on e5, bishop take e5, pawn take, and queen a2. Okay, then the bishop can move away. Okay.
I think this queen a2 might be maybe a threat here somehow.
Knight c4 is.
Yeah, you have that, but even so.
Knight fd7 came on.
Knight f5 is definitely
Yeah, that's
something.
that will come for sure.
Yeah.
You know. Also, just to play knight f5, knight d3, and knight d5.
Right.
That could also be very simple play. You know.
There is also at some point this could come as a
Of course.
breaking up
No,
the position.
here
in e5.
I think that white is having the upper hand here.
Yeah.
You know, black really needs to watch out.
So he played knight fd7.
Mhm.
We have knight f5.
Knight c5. No,
Um,
bishop f8.
Bishop f8. Yeah. So then the question is here: what do we do?
But okay, one move you can always play is like bishop d5, in worst case.
White, yes.
Yeah, white can play bishop d5 because then in the end, or knight d5 also possible.
But worst case, I mean, white is not under any pressure here.
No,
is
no,
he?
no, no, no. Exactly. So I mean, knight c5, I guess, is one move for black to come
Mm-hmm.
to threaten the bishop.
But it's
on
white
d3.
now to
It's white to play. So
what do you think about the move like knight d5? This is sort of an obvious
Yes.
blitz move,
Yes.
at least.
yeah, looks perfect to me.
I don't know if that's good. But let's say we go here. I guess you have to take it. I'm not sure, but
Queen b8.
yeah, you could move back.
Then maybe it's time for rook e3 or something.
Yeah, that's
like
what
that.
I'm thinking. You know, just move forward. But the most likely reaction is this.
I don't think you want to do that actually.
You don't want to take it.
I prefer queen b8.
Okay, something else happened.
Mm-hmm.
He went for this immediately, which is logical.
Okay.
Rook e3. This is what they call a rover, rook up and over.
And now the question is, what about g6?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's dangerous, of course, but now you have taken away the square e3 for the knight, so...
Yes.
Is it rook g3 now?
Well, at least you want to look at it.
Mm.
Okay, so... Do we have any threats?
Well, white has got better time as well. This will be problematic for Nikita, I think, Meshkov's.
Well, let's say
because they have only played 21 move, huh? So it's 19 difficult moves left.
So let's say we go here.
Yes, and now I thought about f4.
Piling up.
Hmm?
Well, the knight can go to c4. That's one option.
Mm-hmm.
Taking on f5 looks dangerous, but maybe it's playable.
Okay, there, of course you can also play... Maybe you should just play knight e3. Maybe that is much better. I think this is too sharp. Knight c4 looks quite okay.
I don't think this looks bad. I think it looks... You could even sacrifice the knight on f5 here, I think, at some point. But, as you say...
Black plays knight c4.
But here, yes. Okay, we can, let's just do a few moves just to try this out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but now we can move the knight back if we want to, I guess.
White is slightly better here for sure, you know. There is no doubt. At least slightly better.
No, you want at some point you want to play e5 and you want to open the queen.
I thought about knight d5 in this position.
Okay.
Because if you take with the bishop and then take on f5, it's checkmate.
Yeah.
Take on f5, it's quite nice.
Checkmate.
Yeah.
Now the horrible thing for black here is that he has not so much time. And
it's critical.
And it's a critical position. He played knight c5 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And I can understand that he prefers to make something active rather than, go passive. g6, because which move did we check? We didn't check that. We played g6, right?
No. So I thought about knight d5 in this position.
With an attack on the queen.
And if he moves it, backwards, then there starts to be like knight take h6, knight f6, and that kind of stuff, That looks very, very dangerous.
This happened in the game. Knight d5 was played. Very obvious move, I would say, in this situation. So the question is, what can we do? Can we play queen d8? It looks a bit passive, but
at least it's cover up some squares on f6 and so on. It's ready for the king.
Because, I mean, okay, the most...
If you take on d5, bishop take d5, this bishop on d5 is great.
Yeah, this looks horrible.
Yeah.
It's not lost yet, but it's very close.
Very
to
close to lost,
yeah,
actually.
Very
close to lost.
Yes. Yeah. And your move f4
is hanging on. It's coming soon.
Yeah, and g7 and it's horrible. So knight d5. Yeah. So let's try this move. Queen d8
and rook g3. With the idea to take on h6 and then take on f7 or something like that.
No, I think we need to move the...
Because if you play g6, you can almost play rook take g6.
Almost.
Yes, I say it's better I say almost because I cannot calculate so well these days.
Well, but if I take with the knight,
No, you can.
then there's knight f6.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's look at it
No,
because it's very.
Yes.
This is fascinating. Check.
Okay, but maybe if you take with the pawn.
Yeah, maybe that's the way to go.
Maybe it's just too little. You know, I was looking at like knight to e7, check.
Yeah, maybe this is a little
Too
bit
much. But there is. But you can do it the other way around. Maybe if we go back, like this. Okay.
But what about a move like f4, for instance?
It takes on b3s maybe.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. So you cannot really do that. You're a little bit. You're a little bit forced here. So what do we do? Yeah.
It's not.
No, it's again what Magnus said. As long as you don't do anything, then you're fine. But then you have to do something. And
okay, worst case, maybe bishop a2, just to solid.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I think you have a point. Why not just move back? What's happening here? So, black cannot really move the knight from e5.
This is typical. So just keep the tension. Just, you know.
Yeah.
He'd made a move, huh? Knight e6, or?
He has made several moves. He took, which you criticized.
Yes.
And then he played knight e6.
Well, criticized. Maybe he felt that this was the only way, but now again, there is no, you know.
Yeah, but maybe sometimes it's better to take one of these bad exchanges and then fight. And
okay, bishop c3 is, I guess, is normal.
Yeah, let's keep this guy. Black is clearly worse, but it's still a game.
Yeah, this is logical, huh?
But I've seen that with Nikita. Afterwards, he said, "Oh, you had such a horrible position." No, I didn't think it was so horrible, he says. And then he has lots of moves, and it's not so easy to prove that. And maybe this is one of those cases, you know, where he thinks that, yeah, okay, but I still have Black's pieces are all sort of active in a way. I mean,
come on, you have 3 pawn islands, pair of
But
bishops.
pawn in this Ray Lopez opening, pawn islands don't count.
Okay. That's a new rule.
No, but this exchange you have.
But if we just look at the position, you know, you can see that.
Of course, I'm joking a little bit, but there is some truth to it. Often Black takes on d4 to create active possibilities against e4 and so on. But I agree. In this position, I would say that White is.
I think even Nikita will say that.
Oh, White better, of course. Black is worse here. But the. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, let's see.
How do we activate everything? You want to still play f4 maybe at some point, but you cannot.
Let's go back just to see because he's thinking now, because it's such an obvious move. The question is if there is something else. To let. I don't know. What is the alternative?
Take on e6. I don't know. But that looks wrong. But
is the rook c3?
That you could always interpose that. But I don't think Black is worried about exchanges here. Is he?
But rook c3 might be a little bit smart, because what to do then? If you put queen on d8, you can take on e5.
Yeah, then you have that, yes.
And then take on e6.
What about queen b8?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe the queen on b8 makes it come away from the...
Let's look at it. So, and as you said, after this move, this could be irritating, right?
And then take on e6 if it takes back.
Then there is problems with the queen and the rook down here. So this is the problem.
Yes, that's right.
So after rook c3, probably you have to go here, right?
Yes. And I just felt that maybe there is something here, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could, I don't know, play rook g3 now.
Yeah, now play rook g3 when you have got the queen away from.
Like this.
Mm-hmm.
Can you take on d4, or is it too dangerous?
I don't know. Maybe you can actually.
But maybe after take, we can just take with the maybe with the rook even. White still is for choice, right?
Okay, and g6.
Yeah. But maybe black is
f4.
okay. Yeah.
And now rook g6 is coming.
Something like that, yeah.
Queen a7 or something. But
Very tricky. So
Mhm.
this is the position, and he's thinking. Obviously, he's looking at all these alternatives. Yeah, he played rook c3. So he.
But I'm not sure this was correct.
No. But I think white is better. Probably there are many moves. I mean, at least several moves you can do.
But let's move to next game
Yeah, let's go to
we'll
next.
come back to this one.
Okay, so here we have the young Austrian Lucas playing Dotzer playing black against our Chinese grandmaster Shangren Dai.
Whom to play? Is it white to play or black to play?
It's black.
Okay.
So maybe we should go back a few moves just to
Yes,
see.
but now it
update
seems
this.
like has it not survived this better than I thought it was going to do. Okay.
So bishop f3, bishop
Mhm.
b6, queen
Mhm.
d2, rook
Mhm.
ac8.
Mm-hmm.
He went for the immediate exchange here.
Okay.
Take. Knight e7.
Mm-hmm.
Now my instinct is that white is better. I don't know what you think.
Yes, but the question is how much, because
Yeah, I'm not saying it's much, but
Mm.
a tad better.
Mm. Wait, here. Yes. But this is because this was very critical, because you know you cannot take, if you take with a rook there is a check and take on a2 and it's absolutely fine
But
for
now
black.
rook c8 is possible, right?
Yeah, I don't understand. So what is happening now? Rook c8 and then take on c1, rook queen d2, take on c1.
Take on d5, maybe. Then b7 is going.
And then b6 maybe. Okay, knight c6. Take on d5. Take on a7.
Take this guy.
Queen d3 or something like that to play active. And black is not worse here.
No, I agree.
I cannot believe
No, when I said that this
Mhm.
felt, I think it was in this position,
that. Mm.
but I think this queen f5 move was very strong.
But also, after this move, there might be something else for white.
Yeah,
I don't understand why he.
the knight
Maybe-
a5.
Maybe you should have played a3 in this. But then maybe a3, b6. Maybe b6 is a problem.
Mhm.
Because then the knight, this knight that has got problems to find a way. Probably black is absolutely fine here.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So, in the game there was rook c8 here, and queen went to d2. Forced moves.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that we are going towards.
Can you check on d5 immediately?
Yeah, maybe. Does it change anything if we take on b7?
Maybe not. I think b6 is smarter. I preferred b6 because then you don't have the threat on d6.
So,
And knight to c6, you take on d5, and there is no smart way to make use of the checks or something.
well, you can take on a7. maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have some rook c8, a8?
Queen d3. No, it's check with the rook take. Okay. Sorry. Okay, take. Then it will be the same.
I don't know if you can do something like this. Is that something?
Take on d5. That's
sorry.
No, so take on c1.
Okay, so there has been an exchange on c1.
And b6.
Well, yeah, he's thinking. They're clearly now a draw. It's not an impossibility.
No, I think that white now has realized that the advantage that we thought might be there is gone. So I think that black should be absolutely fine here.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting.
I mean, you can even play Queen D7 if you want.
Right.
So.
Okay.
So next game.
We go to the next one. New Chinese Grandmaster.
Things has happened.
Certainly. So
White is winning. No.
Yeah.
What is happening here? Okay. White is.
It's
But it seems like white is winning, isn't it? But let's
winning,
go.
I wouldn't say winning.
Okay, I'm ready to say that.
No, but you can take you can. Can't you take on e5 knight?
And then maybe knight h6 check and rook take.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go back and see how this actually.
It's hanging on a2. But I would be afraid of that.
So Queen f4, I think, was the move here.
And now
Queen d8, as we said, and now g4.
No.
This Indian international master is really going.
This is a tough move. But bishop d5. Okay, then you take maybe on e7.
Then you.
I see. So end f5, then have queen e5.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So he played king h8 and g5. Really interesting move here. G4, I think, in this position to see. We didn't see that move. We were looking at this and we thought that this is probably okay. But g4 is very concrete.
Very concrete move. And
king h8.
Yes.
And g5, nice.
And bishop f5, yes.
Yeah. And take.
Yes.
Must take or you're worse. Bishop g7 could come. And now knight d6. Take.
Queen d7.
Queen c7. he's hanging on by a thread here. Now white find
bishop g5, yes.
G5. And now if you move the bishop away, rook e7 comes. So he has to take.
Pawn takes. Now it's no doubt white is better here, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Queen e5. Yeah, white is better.
Now bishop e6, but yeah, the threat is to take on f5 now. Well, this is a really interesting game.
Fantastic game so far.
Knight takes f7. Yeah, he took the queen.
Take back.
Knight takes bishop
now
d5.
It's hanging on c6,
d3.
so b3, pawn up.
Yeah, but this was what I said when I said it's not lost yet, because I thought a position like this, yeah, of course white is better, but it's not really lost yet, is it?
I think it's almost lost.
You think so?
I think so. I mean, c4 and the pawn is hanging on c6.
Yeah, maybe.
It must be very close to lost at least. You know?
Yeah, he played rook e8. Pinning the knight, so you cannot play c4. You can take twice. Rook e3.
Yes. So now he threatens to play c4. Threatens to play c4 again.
Yes.
So what do you do now?
Yeah, you're right. This is very bad now.
Fantastic game by this international master.
Aha, he has bishop g8. Yeah, this is the point. So we can just look c4 here. You take once, I guess, and you go back here, and white does not win a pawn by taking here. Or yes, no, he doesn't, because a2 is hanging. But of course, black is fighting for his life now.
Could
So
be like rook a7 or something like that. It might be good in that position. c4, b take.
You mean rook a3 and
sorry, rook a3.
Yeah.
I mean,
with the idea of taking
c4, b take, c take. So maybe he needs to play. And now, you know.
And then this move.
Yes, that was the idea. Because now if you play, now the rook e7, you take on c6, and you
can do this.
You win. Take on a7. Check.
Go down into the corner.
Maybe even play knight to d7.
We take a pawn somewhere. Or do we take c4? No, we take here probably.
Can you play knight? Okay. I thought knight f6.
No, but maybe here. Here.
Yeah, and then rook d7. And you have really...
Yeah, white is better, I don't.
King e2. Okay, maybe king king f1 maybe is better. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and white is clearly better.
Okay, but wait. Okay, anyway, or a4 or something like that could also be paid. But okay.
Maybe now we can do this actually because it's threatening
exactly.
to take with check.
I saw that.
Yeah. Anyway, it's.
But even this position is probably winning. King e2 take.
So probably this is winning. So let's go to the next game, so we don't miss anything. Okay, we got the rook ending here. So we had this position. And there was an exchange.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was this and rook c8. Not unexpected. Black can never be worse with this. g4, rook c2. b4, rook b2, a3, rook b3, take, a4. So this is the position. Well,
it most likely a draw.
Most likely a draw. So let's go to the next one. So we have hammer. And we can go back here.
Suddenly his pieces are active.
This was the position we saw, and as expected, John Ludwig played knight to c5, knight d5, takes, c takes, rook b8, bishop e3, b3. That's an interesting idea. Bishop d3, rook b4.
Now he's playing very sharp.
Rook a3.
Because knight take e4, you play bishop b6. Huh?
Yeah.
And it's hanging on e4 and the queen is threatened. So
yeah, black has two problems in the position. The bishop on f8, of course, but also the knight on h5. It's not clear maybe you can go to f4 now. I don't know. What do you think?
I need to check out the specific, because you can, after knight f4, you can take on
that's the
c5
question.
And then take on a6.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And then c4 in that. Is it trapped after that? No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
Okay, let's play some active moves. Knight f4 or something like that. Yeah.
You want to take this? We can just check it at least.
Then c4 maybe is a problem.
Yeah. And the bishop is. But maybe we have a move here.
I thought knight d2, but you want to play. Okay, queen d6.
Yeah. I wanted to.
I know what you wanted.
Doesn't work.
But I don't want you to.
No, I think this was a bit too optimistic.
Too optimistic, yeah.
No, I don't think you can take on c5. So
No,
then knight f4 probably is a strong move.
Maybe you can take on c5 and take on b3.
That's more like it. But then we can take here.
Mm-hmm. And how is this position? And under maybe bishop f1 or something like that. How is that? Rook a3.
Yeah, but that was the position we had. This.
No, rook a3 in that end.
Aha, you mean in the
position.
end? Okay.
Yeah.
So knight f4.
Yes.
Take. No,
take on
yes.
take on b3.
Mm-hmm. Queen takes a5. It's not the only move.
No, you can take on
d3.
b3 or
b3 or d3.
mm-hmm. Now White's idea is to play against the bad bishop on f8 to have like a strong pawn on d5. I mean that's the basic idea. You know? So you play more strategic in a way.
Yeah.
So rook a3 was in this position was my idea. Queen take on a5.
Yeah, this is
your
not
wrong
correct.
line.
Yeah, I know. I have lost my. So okay, so knight f4, take c5, dc, and rook b3.
Yes, and queen to a5.
Queen to a5.
Then I
probably.
thought rook a3.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you should.
But even if you lose the b2 pawn, there might be some possibilities.
Yeah, white is better with the d pawn. Yeah. So, but I think maybe in this position, maybe you should take here.
Mm-hmm. You must take with the rook. Huh?
c4 is.
Yeah, otherwise c4. Huh?
So rook takes.
Now
Maybe take this
b2.
one.
Yeah. Hmm. Queen c4.
Queen a4, you mean?
Sorry, queen a4. I mean.
Yeah. White should be a little bit better, but the rook on b2 is strong, so it's.
Bring knight to d2. Maybe it's a good move.
Yeah, maybe. This could be a move.
Just to bring it to c4.
Maybe we put the rook here or something. I don't know. Then queen c2 maybe, and yeah. This is probably better for white. White seems to be a little bit better, but
yes,
maybe it's not so fantastic. So should we go down to the Swedish?
Yes, the Swedish dog fight.
Okay. So we had this exchange on f6.
But no, go back a bit more. Bishop e5. Here we have bishop e5. Forward. No, okay.
The thing is, it's not
what happened. Bishop b4. Yeah, knight a2. I said that. Do you remember? Rook d8. After knight
I don't
a2.
remember you said it, but
yeah, but here we came to the conclusion that bishop e5 was more interesting, huh?
Well, that was the only move we really analyzed.
No, we also said after knight a2, maybe rook d8.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this doesn't look very promising.
No, this looks okay. Huh?
Queen a5, bishop b2, c5. Take. Yeah.
It could be a draw in this position.
Yeah, it could be.
Look at the time.
Yeah.
Okay, Axel has got better time.
But it's not easy to do anything here.
I think this will be a draw.
Can you play something like rook e1 and go to e3 or something? I don't know. Go for some, but probably not.
No, you take on a2, rook e3, check on a1, and queen e5.
Yeah, there's nothing. Also b3 is actually...
but okay, then rook e1, take on a4 and take on c5. Do you dare to do that? e5 might be strong as well.
For white? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Something.
Maybe e5 is clever here.
Yeah, let's see. What are you playing for? Win or draw?
For a win now.
Yeah, okay.
This is what I try to find a way. b3. Can you start to be active? I still think this will be a draw. Actually, I think it will be.
Yeah, the B pawn is very
Perpetual.
strong. Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's not a clear-cut situation here. It's very difficult.
Mm.
A lot to think about, but the times will be important here, I think.
Mm.
Especially the Tiger's time. He will need to have time, not only in this position but also in the coming position. So, okay, shall we go back?
Yep.
See what's happening
Mm-hmm.
in the top board. Okay, so here we have. Yeah.
What has happened here?
Yeah. Let's see where we were. Yeah. This was the position we looked at, and he
Yes.
took with the knight.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes a7 and knight c5, queen
Mhm.
f3, queen f5. We looked at something a little bit similar. We
Yes.
didn't see exactly this.
Yes.
And then there was an exchange. D
Yes.
takes a4, ed8, g4, queen f6.
Mm-hmm. But here black has got no problem. It's
King
black who's slightly better if anyone is better. I believe.
Yeah, black
Because
has
the bishop,
Yeah.
has got a great square on d4 as well.
better king.
Mm. And if black now takes on g3, he will always be slightly better, I guess.
Mhm.
Then I guess king takes g3, yeah?
Probably, yeah. You don't want to give a postpone.
Mm.
Yeah. And white still has a problem with time. Only 7
Mhm.
minutes to make 11 moves.
But I mean, for example, bishop d4 can always be played
Yeah.
if we want.
I think black should play bishop d4.
And then knight e2.
No.
And then the question is, will we play f5 or will we play e5?
f5, yeah, it's possible.
I don't know. I mean, you have your extra pawn on the king's side, so
Yeah.
at some moment, maybe it's too early, but
Yeah, I agree. No, white clearly has some problems. Time problems and also position. So let's go to Nikita and see what happened.
mm-hmm.
So, let's see. Rook e3 was played. Knight
Mhm.
c5.
Mm-hmm.
Knight
He took.
knight c3, queen b8, and rook g3.
Mm-hmm. This
And
position
now
we
we
had.
took here. We saw that this was possible.
Can you take on h6 check?
So, but then king h7.
Yeah, and then take on f7. Is this? Then it's check on e2.
Mm-hmm.
I see.
So he took with the knight,
Mm-hmm.
king h8,
Mm-hmm.
b3, preventing the knight from jumping, and queen
Mhm.
a7. Yeah,
Mm.
and it.
Still.
The bishop on d5 is very strong.
Black is fighting. F4
Yeah,
will open up,
he's-
and then
He's
you know,
struggling. He's
so
struggling.
king h2, f4, knight f5.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah,
at least it's dangerous.
Yeah, and the queen on b2 is sort of x-raying the
Yes.
g7 pawn here.
Or you can go for queen e2, h5, or there
Yeah.
are possibilities. So.
It looks good. Looks good.
Mm.
Okay, let's go to the next one. Okay, so this is this ending. So let's see what happened here. We had queen takes c1.
Mm-hmm.
There was queen d3.
Okay.
I think you mentioned that move.
Yes, but
a3, queen
Mhm.
takes d5. Queen c7, knight g6. Knight takes, king h7. g3, check. King g2, check. This. Okay, black played e4, so he's
playing for a win.
playing for a win. The young boy, he's only 15 years old.
But now he will play like knight e5.
Yes.
It's hanging on a2. This is, I think that black has got the chances here.
King g2 was played,
Mm-hmm.
and now queen f5.
Queen f5. What is it? Oh, there's only 37 seconds left. For how many moves?
Why didn't he take the draw when he had it here?
Because they think it's better. And is full of
only two
full of energy, Tom,
and enthusiasm
and enthusiasm, and believe in himself.
Yeah.
You know, this is the weakness of the young generation.
And no wisdom from a long and arduous life.
Like we have.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just.
That's
But
how
what
it is.
about queen take d6?
Yeah, let's see.
Because I think if the queen just goes to d2,
No, but he must play something like this, right? Go to d3 and
he can also play. In worst case, he can play like queen 2. Okay, now you're threatening to play knight d3. So okay, queen to d2.
but maybe knight c5.
Okay.
I think there's a big risk for black that he might.
No. Okay, queen. Then I play queen f3 and knight d3. And I think black is winning.
And then you have queen d1 check.
Exactly.
And get the passport.
Yes.
But black, don't you think black can make a draw with the checks?
Do white? You mean?
No, white. Yeah.
No.
Okay, let's see. Here you want to do check. We have to go. Oh, sorry.
g1
We have to go here. It's only move, right?
and knight d3.
And now you go here, and I guess we have to take it. Do we have to take it? Yes, we have to take it. And now you go here. Check. The king must go up somewhere. Should I go here? Maybe.
Maybe king g2 is better actually.
Okay. Yeah, because you have to take with the pawn, else I
Mhm.
can just move.
And
up.
then the queen is
and
king's-
now I make a good queen move.
queen d5.
Queen d5 maybe, threatening a draw.
And now you have a draw. Yes.
Yeah, probably the position is still balanced.
Yes, but at least he's trying now.
But he has
also
no time. I mean, it's very
Mhm.
dangerous. That's what I'm thinking. He could have had a draw. He was black, but this shows great ambition from his side. With only
Yes.
37 seconds and 11 moves to make, he continues to play.
Mhm.
Okay,
When he's in our age, he will
then will he regret this?
regret this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So,
Okay.
So let's see what happened in this game.
Mhm.
So King G7 was the last
Mhm.
position, known
Mhm.
position.
Mhm.
C4 was played. Bishop
Mhm.
G8. Okay, he didn't take.
Of course,
Yeah.
because otherwise,
Because there
this
was
rook a3 was pretty
there
strong.
was,
I think.
there was
yeah.
this move, yeah. So he saw that. CB.
Here I just thought, what about king g2 instead? Okay, maybe will he play like h6 in that case?
Maybe.
But no, because king g2, rook f8, king g3, and f4. You know, looked strong. I think. But okay, so he took on b
But this is also strong because he has another
rook to c3. Yeah.
rook C3,
Mhm.
and black played rook F8 here.
Now check or
Check, king H8, knight G4.
Mhm.
So he's going for the same type of. But now he had to do this, of course, because knight F6 you
Mhm.
take on G5. So he played rook C5. So this is the position,
Mhm.
and black has more time, but less position. But can you play rook to F4 here?
Then you play knight f6.
Then knight F6, yes. And
You're threatening to play rook c8. so
yeah, that doesn't work.
I think he is simply winning. Sai Krishna from Canada.
Yes.
And to take on c5, that's completely lost.
No.
Huh?
Can you play
Because
something like A5?
a5.
Yeah.
Okay. And if you take on f5, and then play knight f6.
The pawn is coming.
That's the idea.
Now you want to take on B3 and play A4. And the pawn runs down, but it doesn't work.
Okay. This is winning for white,
Yeah.
isn't it? Or what are you looking at? Take on.
No, I don't. I'm just looking.
Mm.
I'm not really looking at anything. I'm just, what do we have? So maybe A5 is not so good. So do we have anything else? B4.
King G7. Is that a possibility? Then it maybe take a knight E5. Even that position must be almost winning.
Yeah.
Or it is winning, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
So let's go to the next one. And here we have what I would guess is a draw, most likely. White has some chances, but it should be a draw.
How did it come up?
Let's see where we are.
It was this one, okay.
Okay, so we won a pawn. Yeah, this is how it happened.
Okay.
But it should be a draw.
Yes,
I think.
It
and
is.
Then we have Jon Ludvig.
Theoretically, it is a draw. 4 against 3 should still be a draw, even though there are some little bit more tricks there.
Here is something.
Yes, what has happened?
Yeah, it looks like Jon Ludvig has overstepped the time. I don't believe that has happened. So
No.
maybe there is some interruption in the broadcast.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
We don't have the moves. Basically.
So let's go to the Swedish players.
Where are they?
Lower. There they are. Okay, so he played E5, huh?
An F5, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think he played a few checks before, but it doesn't change the evaluation. Queen E7, Queen D8, Queen C5.
What?
Queen D2.
Okay. He wants to go for the B pawn. Maybe that was smart. Okay, what about if you play Queen? Okay, D6. I thought about Queen E3.
I was also looking at that, but then I think you can go into the rook ending properly.
Yes, most likely.
So Tiger is playing for a draw now. That's obvious.
Don't be too sure.
No, but I mean, okay, let's put it this way. It seems that White sort of has the
let's play
the upper hand. He has a pawn more.
No, but we'll say Queen C3. What do you do?
Yeah.
And when I take your C pawn, I have a better pawn.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so Queen C3.
So I think that Tiger is playing for a win here.
Yeah,
Kommer han inte ner till A7 med bonden?
Så tornet hänger där, va?
Ja, ursäkta.
The rook is hanging on A1. That's the point. So now it turns to take on A6, C4, and the rook on A1 is hanging. So
maybe you're right. Maybe I just have I cannot really believe that.
So maybe rook to D1 followed by rook D3 or something like that.
This was the thing that I wondered about. What you do here?
Okay, let's take. I take on C4, and then I play F4. But still, how can black avoid if you play rook D1 instead of rook D3? If you play queen to E7, how can you avoid
A5
in this position?
I'm not thinking something like this. Here you go here.
No,
you threaten to come here.
No, but now rook D5.
Oh yeah, you have this move. But
I can take on E5. I can take on E5.
Yes.
So that was not.
So it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
So,
but the idea of getting your queen to F6.
But I had the idea of after If we go back. Instead of rook d3, after take on rook d1.
He played queen c3. So this is the actual position.
But my point was rook d1.
I think rook d1 is interesting. Queen c4.
And then queen e7.
Yes. Probably this is
because now you're threatening to, rook, queen f6 and then start to give
this
checks.
Is the same idea, but that's what I'm thinking. In a position like this, it's unlikely that there is a win for black, don't you think?
Yes, I agree. This should be a draw.
Could you just explain for a Pat, sir? If he when rook is on a1, okay, if he go back with queen to d1 and press a5.
But here black has chances. He can take on c4 or on e5.
Okay.
I mean.
And okay.
But
still, it might be a draw. But
it might be a draw. In the game, it was rook d1 actually, which we said. And queen e7, I guess, is.
And now I guess rook take a4, rook d3 is very dangerous, huh?
Yeah. And if you play b3, then it's rook d3, right?
But okay, let's take on a4. Rook d3.
But wasn't it this move? No, then you take on e5, yes.
Exactly.
So this.
Queen a1, check. And now f4. It looks very queen d. No, you cannot play queen d8. Rook f3 maybe, even.
Yes, maybe rook f3, simple move. This is very dangerous. Suddenly white wins.
Yes, and with little time, 3 minutes left. I think he will try to, like you said, go for a draw somehow. So how can we look at rook d1? How does black do it the easiest way to get a draw in this position? Because frankly speaking, after queen takes c4, queen e7, you're threatening to play rook d7. Maybe. Okay, it's a check on c1 and so on, but
yeah. And the times, we can see that Tiger, for the remaining 10 moves in his case, he has only 2.5 minutes. Okay, he gets 30 seconds with every move, but still not so much time. And very difficult position, very tricky position. I mean, it's very tactical. So I wouldn't be certain what to do here. I mean, this is.
I think that Tiger now is, even though. Okay, b3. Go for b3. Let's just go for it.
And then we move up.
Yeah, and then check.
Do you want to go to?
Should I? Oh, okay.
E1, maybe something like this.
But no.
Maybe you can play f4 now.
Then you take on b3.
Okay,
take on f2. That is okay.
Because if this, you can maybe take a new queen here. It goes to g6. So after check here, you play this.
Yeah, you can. I think you can play queen king to h8 also.
But I think in this position, white goes for the nuclear option, which is a draw.
Take on e5.
E5 is hanging.
No, you take on b3 in that position. You take on b3, of course. After f4, take on b3.
Yeah. And then you take this. But then you can play. Yeah, what's happening here?
Queen, maybe queen, rook f. Actually, rook f3 now. It's also a possibility. I think now black is close to losing.
Maybe. I'm not sure about it. But maybe you're right. Okay, something happened. Rook takes a4 was played here.
So okay, rook d3. And was it my queen a1, king h2, f4? And now Queen E7. No,
then you take on E5.
It's okay.
But what if you do this?
Yes. Okay, Queen C1. Actually,
but then we can always go here.
And I think even white can be winning here.
Yeah, it's very dangerous now. Now your king is completely open, and you threaten everything. Queen takes f6, rook takes f4, and
actually, I think that Axel will win this game. It feels like that because Tiger has so little time. How many moves? Still 9 difficult moves to play.
9 moves. 9 moves to go. And Axel has 11 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, so he has another 5 minutes. So he has like a quarter of an hour left. Yeah, it's this is not easy. It's not easy. But it's tricky. But yeah, of course he wants to play rook a1 or something. But let's look at this one more time. So this now the threats are really strong. You don't have the time to do. Did we say Queen e1 or did we say
Queen a1? I think was in the to play f4.
Yeah, to keep e5 under
but you
threat.
can play Queen e1 is also possible, of course.
Yeah. So let's try that. Because then we also
King
threaten
h2.
f2. And now probably f4, right?
And then rook f3.
And then rook f3.
And now if you play rook a1, you'd simply take on f4.
Yeah, rook a5, for instance. No, rook a5 maybe. What about that? Because you pin the rook.
c5.
Oh yeah, you have this one. Yeah, that's a nasty one. Yeah. But is it? I don't know. This is extremely tricky.
So typical also Tiger playing this like Queen to c1, c6, rook to d5.
Yeah, I was looking at this move. Keeping things under control. And you threaten to take with the queen.
You can play maybe
Queen e7.
Queen e7 in this position.
But how is that?
I don't know.
Yeah, probably good.
And then take on, give a
Yeah,
check and take on f4.
But look at this.
Check. Yes, and rook take.
It's mate. I wanted to use this
Yep.
pin, but it doesn't help. Yeah, it's a mate. So this could be the end of the game.
But now he's thinking this is really exciting now. Tiger is pushing.
So we are here now. And we say rook d3. That is our main.
And this is what he's calculating. And now we'll see.
But why is he thinking? Is there any alternative?
Maybe
What
c5. But then b3, I guess.
But then even rook a1. I mean then.
Yes, rook a1 you have even. Rook d3 only move, I think.
Well, now he played it.
And now we'll see what Tigers do this week. We must follow this.
Yes.
This is so exciting.
This is too exciting.
This is too exciting.
Should we just do a quick
Okay,
go through
quick down.
without analyzing, just seeing what happened? So the first game was a draw. The second game also, white is winning. He's an exchange up. Okay.
Yes.
We had a draw.
What happened in that game? Just let's see.
No. We don't do that.
Okay, we don't do that.
Because
okay.
we want to see. And this was a draw. This
was
game
it a draw? Oh, it became a draw. Okay,
yeah,
I see.
The Austrian Wunderkind. And
the
then
Wunderkind.
And this is still on, so we have to check that later. And then we had this game, which will be a draw.
That was a surprise that was on. Okay.
And now we go back to we have to see this.
Okay.
This is too fantastically. Oh, rook a3.
My God, we didn't see that move coming.
That just shows how difficult this position is.
Or how stupid we are, you could also say, but...
Yeah, well, I always use that word. So it was Queen C1, it wasn't Queen E1 or Queen A1.
Mm-hmm.
Because then...
He's here.
Oh.
Är ni klara?
Japp, klara.
Ska vi
Du kan få ta det, varsågod.
Ska jag ta?
Varsågoda.
Ska vi försöka klämma in en stol till här då?
Ja, vi kan ta en stol till.
Jag tar en stol.
Eller vill du leda det, Tiger, kanske?
Jag tycker det är Axel som
Axel får leda.
Jag tycker det är Axel som får leda.
Vill du sitta här, Axel? Lite grann. Så här får Tiger, får du sitta här. Får du sitta här, Tiger.
Okay.
Och så kan jag stå vid sidan av. Jag tänkte att ni kunde nästan sköta det själva.
Kan inte du få en stol här då?
Så. Jag kan sitta lite så. And we do it in English, of course.
Yeah, of course.
We were following here, and the problem is that we are 15 minutes behind. So we are so excited over your game.
Yeah.
This position.
Should we start from the beginning?
We have the. Well, should we take from the beginning? Yeah, okay. Let's take it from the beginning.
Or should we just say the result first? Or
What happened?
It was a draw.
Yeah.
It was a draw in the end. Okay.
But okay, let's start from the beginning.
Yeah, let's take.
Yeah. It's very good that you're in control of the keys and not me.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't played with this like this for ages and ages.
Yeah,
it must be at least 10 years ago.
I was very surprised.
Yeah. No, I just wanted a position, and it wasn't until you played Queen E2 that I realized that if I play the main line there, it's super drawish and really boring, and I just decided to avoid that.
I didn't.
At any price, basically.
I thought the main line was to take on d4 now, before bishop e7.
So because then you can't take with knight later on. Yeah. But
yeah, I
agree.
I don't really remember, but I had a.
Because if you take with the knight now, I can just play something like bishop d7 or.
No, you can just take.
Yeah. And if e takes d4. Because there's this queen e2 can, unless I have some bishop d6 or something like that instead, it's maybe better.
But are you?
What about this?
Bishop e7 and castle.
Well, queen e2.
But
This is very similar to what could have happened in the game, and then rook d1.
I thought about this. I thought
and then
d5.
queen e4 here. It's actually quite annoying.
Oh, queen e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was only thinking about taking this pawn, but I didn't.
That is completely fine for me. But it's queen e4 is because it's really hard for black to. If I play something like knight b4, you can even play rook a3. You know.
But knight f6 go back is.
Knight f6. Okay, we play queen f3.
Yeah, this looks unpleasant.
Queen c7 and bishop d is. Is it so dangerous?
Well, it's
Is it
bishop b3 and then bishop f4 in the next move. I get that with tempo also.
Yeah,
and then
also
d5 and then I mean, at least it's only white that can be better. And it's just on a list of positions that I would like to have over the board. This is very low on that list.
Yes, I know. We know you two, Tiger, as well. So
no. I mean, but my whole reason for playing chess has nothing to do with that position. So
I guess if you could also try this, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
But I guess I would go here, maybe. I would think about it at least.
Yeah, you should probably. Yeah, I'm slightly worse here too.
Yeah, I mean it's not that fun.
It's like I got a really bad version of the Queen's next game. Just play the Queen's Gambit, accept it instead. And of course, knight takes d4 is the critical move here, because if you take with a pawn, the knight b4 is fine for me.
I think I had this position from a different move order.
Yeah.
Some other time.
And that was the position I was basically aiming for.
Yeah.
So it wasn't. I mean, I realized this with knight d4 a bit earlier, but now I was just trying to find a move that is not knight takes d4, that is not losing, and I don't think that's losing. It's just not good.
Okay.
And I was a bit surprised that you took so early on, because
I was very surprised that you took with the pawn.
I think it's the only point of my play, because otherwise I'm so behind in development when you play b3. So
I was in general surprised by
I need to take with a pawn because it makes your knight on c3 bad. That's the main point of it, sort of. So I mean, I guess
b3 here was maybe not.
I think b3 was fine, but I think h3 was very slow and absolutely unnecessary.
Yeah, I was. I sort of.
But I would probably in this position have played h3 now, because e4 is maybe your biggest threat.
Yeah.
And if you still have a pawn on b2, I don't have this bishop a6 crap.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about this idea. I thought your main idea was to play maybe e5 bishop f5 or something. I forgot about the a5 move. That was a good move.
If I play e5, you play queen c2, and then I don't get my pieces to the squares.
Intention.
Yeah.
But I thought, for example, if I wanted to play e4.
I know I play e5.
Yeah.
I will.
And this I was not.
No, I think I'm
so
fine
sure
here,
about.
actually.
Yeah, and this one can come here maybe. So that's why I thought I was gonna. Wait, but I guess a5. I was thinking afterwards if I could have played a5 myself. I was considering this.
Could. But it's.
Looks quite okay.
I should probably play e5 here.
Maybe here.
And then bishop g4 maybe.
Maybe I can even. I'm not sure if I wanna. I was thinking maybe if I could just.
I think this position, obviously, it should be better for you, but I think the pawn is not so important maybe here.
No, bishop e6.
Bishop e6, yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe this.
But you didn't want to play f3 or?
No, I was thinking f3. I thought bishop, but okay.
You know, bishop can be
that's
play
true.
if you play bishop h5. So
yeah, I'm gonna play bishop c5, bishop d4.
Yeah.
So it's
pros and cons.
The moment I get my bishop to d4, it's a messy game, I think. I mean, I'm clearly worse always, but as long as I'm not losing, I'm happy.
Okay, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the game.
Yeah.
So
b3, and now I think I was mostly afraid of e4.
Yeah, I guess I should have played e4 because I still sort of underestimated the queen b6, bishop a6 idea.
And I underestimated your idea. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my plan was when I played e4. Now, my idea was that I was always going to take with the pawn and then have e5 ideas.
Yeah, they are good.
But I'm not sure. Maybe I should have thrown in bishop e3. I was unsure because I thought.
And now I will take. Now I will take on c4.
Yeah,
and now queen c7 just.
Yeah.
Then I'm not unhappy.
Yeah, sure.
I'm actually really happy. So.
Okay, so probably maybe this was.
Yeah, but I don't like my next move. But
no,
maybe I don't have a better one. So.
But I was especially.
Maybe I should play something like h6 here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what my next move is. Also, why don't you just go rook d8?
If you take on d8, I have to take with the bishop.
Oh, right,
Yes,
because this one's
that's
hanging.
right.
Oh, okay. So,
But if you play h6, can you play rook d3?
Yep. It's a nasty move, you're right.
Yeah, I know. I'm a nasty guy, you know.
Yeah.
So h6
no,
is
I don't
strange,
like
I
that,
think.
don't like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay, you took, and I just.
I was
you
really
were
surprised here.
You know, I wanted to play something else, but I couldn't get it to work because I just think that if you get to play knight e5.
I really thought you had to play this one.
Yeah, and then just e5. I just think this is, and knight e4. I think it's hugely advantageous for you.
Yes, this we looked
Okay,
at
bishop.
as well.
e3 even maybe.
Okay, that's problematic.
And
period.
then queen b4.
Ah,
and then
have something like that.
and then rook.
I think we
rook
we looked at the take
They
on
can take
d1
on
first, and then play queen b4.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah, sure.
we
What's the problem with queen before now?
no,
rook-
maybe
This rook.
rook
maybe.
b1, yeah.
Ah, okay.
So I think we had this position on the board, and queen b4 in this position.
Okay, so let's take with
But
bishop.
there was something with bishop takes c5 here.
Bishop takes
And
c5
rook
and
d7.
rook and rook d7.
Yeah, we looked at this.
Yeah,
that's
no, I
right.
mean it can never.
We didn't like it so
It can
much.
never. It cannot survive. I mean, queen h5,
Yes.
you could knight f6 check, stuff like that. It's no.
But
Just. I mean, I don't think we should analyze this position because you just look at the quality of black's pieces and compare them to white, and the fact that my pieces are gravitating. In order for me to fix my problems, I have to put them on the queen side. But if I put them on the queen side, I will get mated. If I don't get mated, I will white will play stuff like rook b1, knight d6, c5, and just crush me. So there's no position. I think bishop b4. The other move I considered here was queen b3. But rook fc1 is really annoying.
Yeah, this was. I was considering this also.
I mean, if I play rook fd8 now, you can play rook ab1, and I have to go with queen to a3.
And if you play bishop b4,
Bishop b4 doesn't even threaten to take, but so I'm actually thinking, what happens if we play something like I mean, if we play something like knight to d1 here,
I thought rook.
with then and rook. Okay, so yeah, sorry, but I get to play c4, e5 now. Where is the knight going? Am I going to e8?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, we're going to e8 probably, and I will. Okay.
no, queen d3 is a possibility coming.
Exactly. So
And I think black is okay.
yeah, I think so too. Okay, so that so okay, let's play e5 just.
Now.
Mm-hmm.
And we take on c3.
Mm-hmm. And we play queen f3.
there's also rook
Okay, but I can play.
b1.
Maybe you can play. Can you play knight to h5?
What about rook c to b1 instead of queen f3?
Oh.
Yeah, stuff like that. I remember looking at it and thinking that taking on c3. Yeah, that was why it doesn't threaten actually to take, which means that.
What about? No, it looks.
No, knight e4.
Yeah. Okay, I can be good. Okay.
So Yeah, so in the end I played bishop b4
I see.
because I didn't see a single upper move, but and I actually thought you would play. I thought you would play rook ac1. That was my main main move.
We were looking at bishop e5.
I was also looking at this move.
And if I play rook fd8 now,
we came to the conclusion that I think also was it queen c5. Tom?
but yeah,
I think queen c5 was
but
what
but
I
then
was.
then bishop d4.
Oh no,
Not
not
the
the
bishop d6.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
rook fd8
Yeah.
first. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Correct.
Yeah.
Well, what
This is
what
exactly.
is the point here? I mean, it now white
No,
is
no.
not threatening e5 anymore. So
No, I agree. I think that this is
yeah.
with hindsight. I think this is correct. Actually.
Yeah.
So you play. What did you?
I played knight a2.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
It's of course very critical, and I have to play what I played.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I thought I was doing
I'm not.
okay here.
Yeah,
They were
sure.
doing well, but
Yeah, I think you are, but I think bishop e5 was not the right move. Very possibly. Yeah. But okay, yeah. I was thinking maybe bishop e3 or.
But what?
So what happens if you just sorry back? What if you just play e5, just taking away that square? I have to go to e8. And
because knight to d7 comes bishop g5.
exactly,
Right? Mhm.
and now play take on d8 now,
Queen take.
and then bishop e3. This is at least much better for white.
What about queen a5? How
I'll play c5 even if I want to, but
okay,
I
but
could
then
also,
knight,
C5,
knight
yeah.
will c5. Then
yeah,
knight
but I could also play.
comes to d5.
I could play something else here.
I think this is
Queen f3. What's that?
take on e5, threatening the rook.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
yeah, sorry. So and yeah,
bishop d4 maybe.
yeah, maybe, but yeah, then we have similar to the game. Could have happened. Yeah, but then you can go back with bishop to e3, and it's better placed there. So
Okay, on rook d8.
Yeah. Now me likey.
Okay.
But again, now we can start looking at the quality of the
No, but
pieces.
queen a6 and you know.
Queen
is, this so
a6.
bad? Is it so bad?
Queen a6 is good.
But bishop b6 maybe.
Well, okay, rook b8. I take your pawn on.
I play a5.
Take on c4.
I play a6. No.
What
Okay,
is this so dangerous?
a7.
I don't. On b2. Maybe not. b2. I'm not sure that you should play b3, but is this is this so?
Because white is in control of the dark
Mhm.
squares.
Mhm.
The knight has nowhere to go. The pawn on a7 is. I would be prepared to give some part of my body to that this is winning for white.
Part of
Which
Yeah.
part?
Which
Yeah.
part? Yes, tell us.
Yeah.
We will check with the computers
Yeah,
afterwards. you know
exactly,
this.
exactly. But no, I think.
Let's take the little finger. then.
And
Yes.
again, I think white will just play rook d1, rook d7, and then just kill on the
Interesting.
king side.
Mhm.
So I would say that kind of position is +4 or something like that. But maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you lose your
Yeah.
finger.
Okay. There is this.
Okay,
I
let's
just
see
saw
what's
that there
hap-
is an
let-
engine here. But,
Let's see what's happening.
Mm.
Yeah, we can have put.
yeah,
on
and I think this was the wrong moves, because now I think I'm
Mhm.
back in the game after bishop
Mhm.
e5. So I believe pushing the knight to e8 first, just
Mhm.
making the
E5. Mhm.
the knight into a
Mhm.
bad piece,
Mhm.
and then because And again, I think c5 is the biggest threat here, which is why I played c5, because it's maybe not the biggest threat, but it's
c5.
Yeah, I thought if I play, for instance, rook d8, then I think you play c5. Then knight take, and you just play a5 again.
Mm-hmm. You can play knight d7. No, yes.
There's a bind also.
But there's always this. If you play knight
Exactly.
d7.
And when I don't have the queen, I can't play f. So this is.
And e5. Oh, then rook d1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although you could maybe. You take?
Yes, maybe.
Okay.
No, this is not too clear.
This is not.
Or maybe black is winning.
Yeah.
Mm.
So. Knight d7 there.
I would probably not have played c5. I didn't really even consider it, to be honest.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. So maybe it doesn't work.
My idea was to play here, I think.
But now I can just.
Yeah, I didn't think I had that much.
I
but
can.
thought-
I think I can take on e4 even. And then I will play h6
Take on c6.
and king h7, and then I just play knight c3 at the end of this line.
Oh. Yeah, now you hope.
But it's probably a draw. So. But
Yeah.
I didn't, and I was not sure. Maybe I can play for a win somehow here. I don't need to take on e4, but
But
the alternatives are, let's see. I could play h6 first.
yes, that's what I thought as well.
But it's really awkward with my knight. So
But I mean, do you think black is worse here? I think this is absolutely fine.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
I'm absolutely fine.
yeah,
I think
I think so.
so too,
Let's go back. So what happened in the game?
I played c5,
C5.
so
Mhm.
maybe that's a mistake. Then, if
Mhm.
it was because I was fearful of c5, but okay.
Mhm.
I didn't see anything better than to go for
Mm.
this.
Yeah, and if I go to e8,
I thought you would. I thought you could consider it at least.
yeah, I thought you had some kind of queen c6 check, and then
Rook, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking here then rook d8.
yeah, so queen b7 check.
Maybe you can.
But why
Yeah.
don't you do rook d1 immediately in this position? Because if you take on a4, you take on c5 with check.
You mean?
No, but then that position, I just after queen d2 in that position, only black can be better.
What do you mean queen d2?
If you play,
In this point, rook d1.
and then I just play rook d8.
Okay.
And take with the king.
I take with king. Yeah, exactly. It's not so clear after king f1 because, but
Okay, it might be a draw
I think
anyway.
it's, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I thought I could try this.
Mm-hmm.
And you thought right. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if did I have any options here?
We didn't see. I mean, rook a3 was a nice move. We didn't see
Yeah,
that first.
I completely missed rook a3.
Yeah, that
I thought I was close to winning at that
Yes.
point.
What happens if I play b3 here?
Yeah, I was thinking you were gonna do that.
I suddenly don't understand why I didn't.
I don't remember. I think I was gonna play this.
Queen e3.
But okay, b2
Rook b1.
and Yeah, you have this queen g5 check all the time, so...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that's...
So, did you have any chances in the end, Axel?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about also.
Take, yes.
I was thinking here if I mean, to be honest, I completely missed Queen C1 and Rook A3. My line was,
Yes.
I thought this was gonna happen, and then my line was Queen E7, Queen E5, Rook D5. This was my line.
That's a nice.
So I thought that would work, but then Rook A3 is.
Now, well, after this, after Rook A3, how is the position now?
Did
you have any?
No, I think Rook D4 is the only move. Actually, because it takes away. I can't play Queen F4 check, so it's pretty important. And it's threatening to take on B4, so yeah, I'm in a hurry.
I thought you could try Queen E1 if you wanted to play for more.
Oh wow!
Because now I don't have Queen E7 or.
Oh, I did not see that. And
C5. Can you go for that?
But now it's the moment I get to play Rook E1 and you Rook A1 and you don't have the things that you have in the game. I think C5 is too slow.
What do you mean? C5 now?
Rook A1.
C5 you can also take Queen F2, no?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Okay.
I guess.
So Rook F4 or what? To take, good idea to take on F5 and give perpetual.
Okay, one.
And if you take on F5?
Yeah, maybe you can do that. Because now I also have this.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, go back one move. Sorry. So here. Yeah.
We can cheat if you like. Could put on the computer.
No.
We don't like that normally in this computer.
Could you try?
You can still take an F5. Right?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Or can I?
No.
No, maybe not. Oh.
Wait.
Oh, you go to G8.
Yeah.
So.
But now C5, at least now you have another possibility. But maybe still you can even play B3 or something. So.
My queen can't get back, so I believe rook takes F5, and then queen F6, king G8, queen D8, and king H7, and then queen E7 here. I don't see how to get out of the checks.
Okay, but you could always. You could try this maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
But take and play G3.
Yeah.
This is.
I don't think it's realistic because F7 is also hanging. So yeah, no. This is.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
So what happened in the game? What was?
So
was this the game?
Yep. And queen D8. Move. Check. And we move perpetuals.
Very sharp.
Very nice.
Very nice game.
It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah,
It was fun.
That's good.
Yeah. So
It was interesting to analyze.
yeah.
Yes.
Many interesting positions there.
So
Yeah.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Time for us to wrap up, I guess.
Yeah, I think we have to check and see what's happening.
Yes.
There are still some games going on, right? At least some game.
So we take it from the top just to remind ourselves
please.
what was happening. So this was a
Draw.
draw.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have to go into that.
Here.
And then we have this game. And black shouldn't lose this. I
What?
think. Or?
How has he fought back in this one?
So let's go. How did he lose to the exchange?
I mean, it seemed. I thought it was lost before. You know. Here he has got a very bad position, but
this was the position.
but maybe he will
D6.
say like you usually say that he's showing us the potential.
Yeah, right.
F4. And here, I mean,
Well, black has he's an exchange down. He has a pawn. White has some weakness on e4,
rook d5.
and there is a potential to put the bishop on.
But this is a win. This must be clearly better for white.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm just trying to understand the position.
Yeah, that's good.
There is sort of a. You can see there is a potential for black to get counterplay due to the white king and the bishop and so on.
Okay.
So,
But
but I agree with you.
But it doesn't rook d5 looks like a very normal move in this position.
But okay, maybe there was a mistake here because he played bishop c3 and now came this one. This to me looks like a blunder.
Maybe.
Don't you agree?
It depends on what's happening because you can take on c6, take on b2, take on a6.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what happened. Let's not.
But okay, rook d5 looks good. But okay, let's see. Okay, this. Yeah.
Okay.
He didn't take the pawn.
Yeah, he did.
Now he took the pawn. Okay.
He cannot play rook a7. That's important.
Mm,
And
rook-
then
rook-
it's check on d4.
Okay, rook d3.
Yeah, bishop d4, I guess.
And then
So
go
on.
up and okay.
So if he takes it, it's a little bit
Okay.
annoying with bishop
Mhm.
g1,
Yes,
right?
okay.
Let's just show this. We see it, but maybe they cannot read our minds, so to speak. So something like this, and
This is very dangerous. Huh?
you could even be mated. I mean, if you go here, then there is h5 check, and it's at least a draw for
It's a
black.
mate in one. No, it was almost a mate, wasn't it? Okay.
Yeah, I guess it's mate now. I mean, yeah, you can. There are many mates.
Now at rook g3.
Yeah.
And then take on g2, it's checkmate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Or maybe rook g4 is a nicer mate.
Now we're on that stage.
Yes.
We only do the nice mates. Okay, so he played h4 anyway. Bishop g1, check.
Has misplayed this. Because he couldn't play rook f1.
Well,
because
I would say that black is better probably
Yes,
here, but
yes.
white should make a
What
draw.
has white done?
Well, but there was something went wrong there.
Yes. I mean that position when bishop take a3 came, you know.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing. That it's easy to overestimate white's position and say, oh, it's an
No,
exchange.
but if we take a look at that position, you can
Yeah,
see
but we shouldn't dig
No,
too
we don't
much.
do that. We don't
No.
do that. Okay.
This is still going on. Let's go to the next game.
And it was a draw. We
And
saw this.
This was a draw,
Yeah.
as expected.
Mm-hmm.
And this one is still going on. How is this? Should be winning, right? For white, or what do you think? Yeah, it must be a win.
Because if you play h5 with idea of king h6, will always be like knight a3 or king f6 or something.
Whenever you play g5,
Mm.
the f5 is coming.
That's true.
So so you're going to get into Zugzwang here with black. And white is just going to push up and push up. And finally he's going to take the pawns, or...
Let's see how this, because I think it was there seemed to be so easy win somewhere, you know.
Now, well, first of all, this is
And
just
h5
over.
and the h5, and then I guess you just play f6 check.
Okay, play check.
King, and if you play king g6, you can always play king e6 if you like.
Yeah, or just move away.
Okay.
I don't see any big problems. Maybe go here,
Mm-hmm.
and you have to go here, or what you're
Mhm.
going to do, because king e6. So here, maybe now we just play here. Oh, this is winning.
Yes.
There's no doubt. Okay. Anyway, so I think this. Yeah, he played h5 here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
but
Knight f2, knight h3.
knight h2, maybe go to f3 and control this file. But you could try this move, I guess. But now
You can take it.
I can take it, yeah, because after this,
King f.
We
No,
go here.
king f4.
yeah, okay, this, then we win easily, right?
Mm-hmm. No, it's game over.
Yeah, it's game over. Okay, so next game we have this
Became
was a draw.
Yes.
This was a draw
as
as
we-
expected.
Yes.
And that was it from the top boards. And then we have the
The Swedish.
Falke
We already saw it.
yeah, we saw that. That was a draw.
Mm-hmm.
So we have this game. This is what we have left
Mhm.
of the games we have been following.
Mm.
And this will go on for some time.
Okay, but still, you said that
No, I
black,
think
because the problem here is also that you know rook d5 and rook f1. How do you protect against these ones? You know,
yeah, probably you have to protect again. Yeah, no, but
it's not
I-
easy this one.
yeah, I think what you have to do probably is to put the rook on the f file,
And then rook b1.
rook b1, and then you just have to play this position.
And then rook d3.
Maybe h5,
Okay, I take on b5.
and then I put the bishop on d4.
Yes.
And the
And-
idea is that you cannot really do anything.
Yeah. Well, I can maybe try to play rook d3 or something like that.
You can go here, put the pressure.
But my idea was to play.
Well, how do you get out of this box?
Mm-hmm.
The king is trapped on h3.
Could be like you put the rook on d3.
And then what?
And then I go back with the I try to play a rook a2 somehow, you know. If you
Okay, I think maybe rook f2 is...
No, I think that it must be a draw. This, I mean, if in this position, I mean, even if you come up with the rooks, with the bishop on d4 and the rook on f line, it will be a draw. So it's quite easy draw, I think, this position.
Yeah, but you said something about rook to d3.
Yeah, no. No, my idea was I want to get the rook on b3. I want to get the rook to, or be able to play rook to a2. That was my point. So I want to check here, for example,
Oh, yeah, I understand.
and then rook a8, and then rook a3, and rook a2.
Mhm.
But to get out of the box. But
Black can just avoid exchanging.
yeah, but also if I play too slowly, you can play rook e2 and grab the
Yeah,
pawn on
also,
e4. So
Well, this should be a draw.
this is a draw.
So maybe we should wrap it up here. What do you say?
Okay,
Or do you want to...
but you can also rook e2 is very annoying actually, because
Yeah, but now we try to do something. I mean,
but again, but look at
Yeah, but
Mm.
okay, let's
Mhm.
put it this way. How does white make a draw here? Well, how did we start? We said that you have to play rook f2. I think that's correct. Or?
because bishop f2, then you have rook f1 at least,
Yeah.
I guess.
This is not so nice because now you threaten to come back with this rook.
Mm.
Oh, sorry, not all the way, only here and then over here. And then f7 is going. You don't want that. So I'm thinking that you should put the rook here. But maybe there is something better. But let's say you play this,
Rook
play-
f1.
play for a win.
King g2 in worst case,
Yes, possible.
and then go back.
But let's say we go here. Let's go for the win.
Bishop d4. Okay, maybe rook f2 or f3. Okay.
It's quickly
Yeah,
made
yeah,
if you allow...
Yes. Now rook. I totally agree with you. Black should probably just do that like that.
So let's say he does that. We go here, here, take, and now rook e2 maybe.
But then rook b7.
Yeah, then rook b7. So it's not, you don't have time to take the e-pawn. No, I think it's a draw actually. If both players realize that, if one of them tries to win, he will lose.
Classical.
What do you say?
So-
Should we say?
Almost set. Call it a day, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Let's see Blomqvist how he did. Did he win today? Just want to see how the Swedish players are doing. A little bit further on. He won. Okay, that's good. Against this, yeah.
Yeah, he won this game.
Okay.
Trost, a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any more?
No, that's okay. So, is it? So it will be a draw on second. Now it was a draw. So, is it so that we will have? He will win. Okay, so we will have a Chinese match on the 2nd of January. Yeah.
Well,
Because
we have
it's Dili, because it's Dili and Chanju who has got 4.5 out of 5. Huh?
right.
Two Chinese
yeah,
players.
it will be Shu
top.
against Lee.
Yeah, that's right.
Shu against Lee.
So
Very
the good
interesting.
thing with this type of tournament is that the final, the ultimate game will come in every round.
Yeah.
From
But
round,
there's a final in every round.
Yes, round 6, 7, and 8 normally.
But I think we have
6, 7, 8, 9. It's normally
we see that
everyone is
there is a
decisive.
sort of a group of strong players in the top now,
Mhm.
but there are some guys coming from below. So it's a little bit interesting with this Christian Bauer. What happened to him?
He's black.
He seems to be better in this position.
Isn't black just winning in this position?
I don't know.
With this
You're-
bishop on A2, and then
It looks very good.
this looks very good.
Yeah, there's some.
D4 coming, and
Yeah, probably.
Mhm.
So he will rejoin the top, so to speak,
Mhm.
and it could be interesting.
So he will be half a point behind, like some other guys. Huh?
Yeah, he will be on plus. What will it be? +3.
He will have 4 out of 5.
Right, 4 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
And here we have another. Let's see. No. Yeah. Anyway, it's we will have a rest day tomorrow,
Yes.
and
Party tonight,
and
rest
tonight-
tomorrow,
Yeah, everyone will
and
party.
then chess the day after.
It's actually not a rest day tomorrow because I think there's a blitz.
Of course, if you
Yeah,
are.
There's a blitz and there is some other things. So things are happening, but we can only say Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
There will be no more chess from us today. Thank you very much.
And
See you. See you in.